Let's see. How is everybody doing? I'm trying to find the right angle for this microphone. Let me know if it is too loud or not. Sorry about the... Well, I was going to start at 7:30. My alarm clock woke me up at 7. I hit snooze and then I woke up like 10 minutes ago. So I probably sound a little rough, but I'm okay. I'm just kind of emerging from being in bed. How is everybody? And everybody let me know if you are everybody let me know if you are doing well this week, not doing well this week. How is everybody doing? Let's see. Miro's in here. Hello, Miro. Hello, Ben. Hello, Epic. Hello, Miro. Again. Yes, I know. Hello, Simp. And I think we have Jonathan in here. And yeah, Party. Awesome. Epic has been doing pretty good this week. Work has been smooth. Recently got new scales for character finished, magic-wise, so he looks more how I want. Nice. Awesome. Really sounds like you had a very productive week. Ben said his Monday was a typical Monday. Glad to hear that your Monday was typical. That's always great. Awesome, awesome. How was everyone else? Or maybe everyone else is... maybe everyone else is gone. Maybe. Oh, man. So what happened today? Well, today... things were... I don't know. I woke up feeling a bit off today. And then... but I still went to church, and the pastor for the church saw me and he was like, "How are you?" And I was like, "Okay." And he was like, just okay. And I was like, bruh, it's before 10:30. Don't push it here. I'm trying to get to the coffee. uh, but the afternoon, party and I, we were in Boja for a bit, and yeah, it was that we were in there for a bit, and then my aunt's memorial service happened. So for those of you who might not know, but my father comes from a large family, and most of his siblings have passed away. A couple weeks ago, one of his last sisters alive passed away. So now he only has one sibling left. Now, I need to be clear. This woman was a Christian, so I believe that she went to heaven. I believe I will see her again. So we had a celebration of life. It was a very cheerful time. This is not the passing of somebody who we're concerned about. This is somebody who we believe will, you know, by the grace of God, will be in heaven. And so it was more cheerful. And honestly, she was in pain toward the end of her life. She was struggling with various illnesses, so it was perhaps better for her to go now. And unlike many young people who pass away, she lived an extremely long life. She was born before World War II. So it's not like this was like an old person who died before their time, if that makes sense. She'd been around forever and ever. So it kind of felt like this was good for her. And what about my dad? My dad was the baby. There was 17 years difference between him and his older sister. So, yeah. Stressed out and fatigued as usual here. Temperature flux doesn't help matters either. Yeah, I feel you about the temperature, Miro. Totally feel that. Yeah. The heat start kicking up for the summer. I hate it. Oh, Jonathan, you and me, bro. Bro, you and me. Yeah. I don't like heat. At the same point in time, I can't handle it when it's too cold. I'm such a baby. So, yeah. Yeah. So we attended the memorial service by streaming. So we watched an hour-long stream dedicated to my aunt, which was lovely. And yeah, I went in for a nap afterwards, and I guess I just crashed really hard. I don't know why. So yeah, that was my day. My week has been, I had 2 tests for school. One of them was related to accounting. So I was spiraling most of the week about whether I was good enough and stuff. But you know what? I did well. So it's just me being a negative Nancy, you know, like I get very, very stressed out over stuff very easily. Yeah. But it is going okay for that as well. If anyone was curious about how the college thing is going, it is going. And I am not failing anything yet. We shall see. I'll keep everyone updated if I crash and burn in a course. But thankfully I am not crashing and burning yet. Yeah. What else Today we're going to watch 3 things. And then probably if we are done early by some miracle, then we will, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll do something else after. But I do have class tomorrow morning. So there's that. Yeah. Done early on video reacts, impossible? Yeah. I'm glad you're good, all things considered, and my condolences in your loss. Once more, I'm glad it was a celebration of life instead of something more mournful. Yeah, me too, Epic. Me too. And honestly, I'm going to be really frank, Leo, and... Sorry, not Leo, Epic. I'm clearly still waking up. The reality is like, whether or not you know that person went to a good place or not will make many people feel sad. But I am not somebody who feels sadness the same way that others do. So, it hasn't affected me yet. Let's just say that. We have yet to determine whether I will be affected by this or not. So we shall see. Yeah. But anyway, show of hands in chat for anybody who feels like Miro, that the temperature is in flux or the temperature is overwhelming right now. I know some of us are on the other side of the world, so the temperatures there are more wintry. Whereas right here, right now, it's quite summery. So, there's that. The grief protocol hasn't been activated yet. Yeah, if it ever will. That's the scary part. If it ever will. I don't generally feel sad unless it's really close. So we'll see. It's a nice sunny day for Ben. Good. Glad to hear that. Today we're going to do something a little different. We're going to be watching a video requested by my sister, Party. We'll watch a video requested by Shay. This is very rare people, so I thought we would mix things up a little. And and then if there's time, we'll watch a short video. I think it's short on Loreslop. Oh no, it's quite long. Well, we may not finish it. We'll see. I'd get 1 tear from Chieko if I passed. But basically, Party requested something from an African. I don't want to say American. Is she American? Is she British? We'll find out from her accent. Whether she's from the UK or whether she's from America. But she's talking about how kids are graduating but they can't read. Very fascinating situation. And if you had told me that, you know, several years ago, I would have thought you were crazy that this is happening. But I have since attended university. I was attending uni back in 2019, 2020, 2021. And I can say back then that there were students who couldn't form a sentence. And there were students who couldn't read the text properly. So I would not be surprised if certain situations have allowed some people to slip through the cracks, unfortunately. But in the past, it was slipping through a crack, right? In the past, it was Somehow this one kid slipped through and oopsie whoopsie. Now it's not a crack. It is not a crickle. A crickle. Wow. Okay. I need coffee. I need something. Okay. Not a trickle. It is now a deluge of bullshit. And of course, I have some very strong views on the state of education. The fuck is a crickle? A crickle is a creek that is trickling. It's a crickle. You need some microwaved coffee? Do we have any coffee left in the coffee pot? You know what? I might actually go poke my head outside of my bedroom and see if there's any coffee in the coffee pot. We do have more coffee in the pot. Okay, you know what, chat? I'm going to actually quickly go and get some more coffee in the coffee pot, and I shall return in a little bit. I'm going to pump this up. Sounds made up? Yeah, I'm sure it's completely legit. I'm absolutely certain. Oh my gosh, Miro put down the miner pickaxe on the YouTube thing. Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna grab some coffee because I just said the word crickle, and I think that's pretty bad. So I might need I might need help. So I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully. Wow. Miro keeps. Okay. Okay. Wow, alright. I got my coffee. Hopefully I can sip it without slurping sounds. Hopefully, let me know if the ASMR is too real. But anyway, kids are graduating, but they can't read. And I wouldn't be surprised, but as I was talking to my sister, I wanted to explain that there are 3 levels of reading that I consider to exist in general. Okay, this is generally speaking. There's number 1, there is the basic level of reading where you know how to sound out words on the page. Thank you. Okay, yes. Here we go. Okay, So, reading level number 1 will be basic reading. So this is basically phonics, sounding out words. So everybody should have this, obviously. But this is not very helpful because you need to know what you're reading. So then there is an added component of reading comprehension. So this is understanding words. I know, crazy. Now, depending on how well you can do your basic reading, your phonetic reading, and how many vocabulary words you have studied, which will affect your relies on vocabulary studied, or, you know, how much English you're hearing on a daily basis. Your reading comprehension and your basic reading need to combine in order to create a standard reading capability. So basically, how good you are at basic reading, plus your reading comprehension, will determine your standard reading ability. And some people, when they combine these two, they can achieve, I would say, 1 to 2, maybe 3 tiers of understanding, right? So you have your number 1s. So tier 1 readers can tell you what basically happened. So if they read Harry Potter, they'll be like, yeah, there's a kid, he's living under the stairs. His parents are dead. He helps fight a guy called Voldemort. Yeah, that's basic stuff. Most people should get here. Tier 2 readers maybe have remembered a little bit of stuff from school, so they will have what I call basic understanding of literary fundamentals. So if you ask them, why do you like this book or this game, they will be able to tell you that the narrative is solid because there is good character progression. And they will be able to tell you what is a primary character, a secondary character. They will be able to tell you perhaps what a figure of speech might mean. They might be able to remember Plot Mountain. Okay, so let's put up in here, start a poll. Who here recognizes the following terms? Let's see. Okay. Let's test chat here.
Your sign is still on. You have no chat up.
Oh.
People are trying to talk to you.
Wait a minute. What?
Your PRB is active. No one could read your notes.
Oh.
And your chat wasn't live, so you couldn't see us be like, please.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought I had taken it off. I thought I clicked it, but I guess not. Apologies, everybody. I'll very swiftly summarize from the top. We have reading level here with basic readings, phonics, sounding out words. Reading level 2, which is your reading comprehension, your understanding words, relying on your vocabulary. If you add these things together, this will basically summarize your reading ability. Okay, so this is your reading ability. But there are 3 tiers of readers. The first tier of readers can only tell you what happened. I think a lot of people are within this tier. Tier 2 readers have a basic understanding of literary fundamentals. So if you say the word catalyst or foil or onomatopoeia, they're going to know what those things are, and they can appreciate them when they happen. They might understand archetypes. They might understand other things. And then tier 3 readers are what we can call the literary analysts. Now, this is a spectrum. So you could probably put yourself in one of these tiers. And of course, when it comes time to analyze literature, I think a lot of people can, with enough coaxing, can come up with some literary analysis. But it does take more time to get up to a place where you are at a higher level, where things will occur to you at a more rapid rate. I think a lot of people, they are somewhere between 1 and 2, and they just enjoy what they're looking at, and that's about it. And there's no harm in that, okay? There's no harm in being somewhere between tier 1 and tier 2. I need to repeat this again, all right? For all of my talk about loving literature, poor Ben, poor party, trying to tell me my BRB sign is still up. Well, Wooly came later, so he didn't see everything on fire here. But anyway, hello, Wooly. I firmly believe that it is 110% okay to be somewhere between tier 1 and tier 2. So if you feel like, I'm in tier 1, tier 2, I personally don't think that's the end of the world. All right? I personally believe that most people land between 1 and 2. 3 requires a bit more time, a bit more attention, a bit more, a bit more maturity mentally and academically. So I don't think most people will get to even a higher level of tier 3. Most people won't get there. It takes years of study. But we're now in a world where we have a 4th tier, tier 0 readers. I can't read. And this is the situation that we're at now, where we no longer can assume that everybody is at a tier 1 level, okay? Which, once again, it would be lovely if everybody was somewhere between a 2 and a 3. But now, we are at a stage where some kids are somehow emerging from school unable to read. And maybe they can do some basic, sounding out words. Maybe they can tell you a little bit about what's going on. But it's so low and so slow, they are basically high-functioning, illiterate folks. So, whereas before, I was willing to live in a world where there were just tier 1 and tier 2 people floating around just having fun, now we have to accept the fact that there are some folks out there who can't read. They can read emojis. Yes, good one, Jonathan. Love it. That's what I wanted to hear. That's one Crickle Chieco. Yeah. Hello, Emmy. What are the people that skip everything that isn't dialogue? Also, the tier 0, when you read to them, they don't understand what is being said, which is cray cray. Yeah, so tier... I mean... I can't understand anything. I don't even know what to call those people. I don't even know. Low IQ? What happened to them? Were they dropped on their head? I don't know. But, basically, we are at a stage right now where some kids, I'm not saying this is a necessarily so endemic that I am like, but I do think it's happening more and more, where the little slipping through the crack here and there has become more of a deluge, and it is getting a bit more serious, shall we say. So Party shared with me a video. She was talking to me about it, and she said, I put it in content requests. It's by somebody called Janae Danielle. Very fancy spelling of her name. I'm not sure if she's African American or maybe African UK person, but she's going to talk to us about her theories. And of course, if we disagree, we will disagree with her. And we will ask ourselves some questions probably along the way about education. Hello, Dane. And talk a little bit about how are kids graduating without the ability to read. Okay, so let's get started on that one. And I'm just going to check here. Okay. All right. I'm going to pause this. And let's get started. I want to turn this up a bit.
A crisis happening in the classrooms, and the teachers on the front lines are the ones sounding the alarms.
So yesterday I came to the realization my students can't read.
I teach 7th grade, they are still performing on the 4th grade level.
When I tell you that these babies cannot read, they cannot write, and they cannot comprehend, I'm not being funny.
You know the thing kids go to school to do, like learn the fundamental skills used to go through everyday life? Yeah, that's not clicking anymore.
Vast majority of students that I teach in my class do not know how to read, write, comprehend, critical think. They just cannot.
And okay, it's easy to chop it up to the pandemic, maybe them damn phones. Maybe the kids who never learned the basics were the first ones to multiply.
Everyone's always saying, oh, the kids are lost. Like, the kids don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, they're so disrespectful, they have no social skills, they're just iPad kids times 1,000. Like, it's so bad, it's so awful. Yeah, because the hot Cheeto girls became parents first.
Regardless of the cause, the clock is still ticking. From kids to teens, almost young adults, they keep hitting more milestones. They keep absorbing content and trends meant for people twice their age, but their development isn't keeping up.
She wore a sahalit of clothes that were extra during whatever, bro. She wore oh baby. To wear a silhouette of clothes that were, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read. I don't know why.
I'm sure you've all seen the videos and the TikToks. Gen Alpha can't read, they don't play outside, brain rot, iPad kid. It's a conversation that's spiraling all over the internet. But in this video, we need to talk about the root cause of the crisis that no one else is discussing, and also how these kids were basically set up to fail from the jump. Welcome to the Girl Talk You Didn't Know You.
Hot Cheeto. Hot Cheeto. A bit. I do. A bit. WTF. Okay, so we have 10 votes in here. And I think most of my watchers and viewers are more literate. We have a full bunch of confident people in here. And then we got maybe 2 people who are a little less confident. And yeah. Makes sense to me. There were a lot of pregnant girls when I was in high school. Okay, guys. Let's formulate our own opinions today before we hear Janae's opinion. Okay? Because I have a feeling that I'm going to have some mild disagreements with her. Because historically speaking, most of us came from families who did not read. So at some point, somebody somewhere got reading. So I'm less inclined to just say that uneducated people are making uneducated children. And the reason for that is because the people that I saw in university did not come from low-income families. So just to make this very clear, okay? In Canada, we have a great social system that theoretically allows a white trash girl to go to university. But as someone who lived on the other side of the tracks and who came from a poor family, getting to university isn't that easy. Okay? And your average pregnant when she's a teen girl, okay? Pregnant when she's a teen girl, she's not even making it to uni. Okay? She's not darkening those doors. She's going to Tim Hortons. She might go to a community college, like a certain one that I won't say where I used to live. But she will go to a community college. But I even knew some girls who didn't even get past high school. They didn't even go to a trade. And they ended up working at a packaging plant, a meat packaging plant, cleaning houses, or an Amazon. Yes, you heard it. An Amazon fulfillment center. Okay. But when I went to university, there were people there who were struggling. And those people were middle class people. Now, you might be saying, but Chieko, aren't there any Cheeto girls in middle class? You are correct. There are girls who are just born with less native academic intelligence. That can happen. That sure can happen. Sure. But this is, I feel, something that spans classes, and I feel that it spans culture, and I feel that it spans personality and interest and capability. Because in Canada, if it was just a Cheeto girl problem, I wouldn't be seeing that in university. And yet I still saw it at university. Okay? And this is where the problem is. Okay? It's not just, oh, there's a whole bunch of uneducated girls having kids and babies, and that's why we have more uneducated people. And how do we term uneducated anyway? So I hope she clarifies anything she's going to say going forward. But before we go forward, I want to record from chat why failure to read. Okay, spam chat with your reasons. Why have people, we've probably already done this before, right, chat? So come on, trot them out. Let's trot out the reasons why we think people are somehow graduating from school without the ability to read, who can't read really well. Why do you think it's happening? Shout out to all my bros that dropped at high school and are making bank in a trade. Yeah. Some people are retarded, but anyone with an IQ of 95 plus should be able to read and understand. I agree, Wooly. To be clear, that's not her stance. She just shares what people are saying. Yep, that's fine. That's fair. We will separate Janae from the content that she's reacting to. Most likely, those middle class Cheeto girls weren't smart enough and couldn't keep up with what their parents wanted for them. Teachers forced them to pass. Okay, so let's start out with the system does not allow you to fail. The system does not allow you to fail. That's number one reason. And I do agree. Now we can ask, why does the system not allow you to fail? Okay, so now we come down to some cultural ideas. So cultural idea number one, which is what I'm going to call the participation trophy culture, right? That's number one. Cultural idea number two, Disney princesses, kind of similar to the Chinese little emperors. So this kind of idea that's all about me, combined with I can never fail. This seeped into the educational system. What else? Why can't the system just fail these kids today? Why can't a whole bunch of teachers just say, you shall not pass? Okay, schools teaching reading wrong. Okay, terrible approaches to education. Teachers can't whip students anymore. Okay, lack of discipline. Digital brain rot. Okay. It's a bit of a cop-out to say multiple things working together, but that's kind of what it takes. There isn't going to be one contributing factor. That being said, I feel like the biggest factor is the culture of parents who work 9-to-5 jobs, mom and dad with no consistent presence in their child's life. Ooh, epic. Love it. Okay, so lack of parental investment and oversight. I agree. Epic. I agree. Can't engage with the homework, the school, nothing then interferes with their jobs. I 100% agree, Epic. Yes, very good. So we could say here the lack of parental investment led to the reinforcement of the mother state. And the mother state, alas, has defaulted thanks to certain cultural ideas. So we have all of these ideas. There's a lack of discipline. There is an ideological war on excellence, just the concept of excelling. Suddenly, it's okay to be a failure. We can all pat ourselves on the back. And this is one reason why I don't 110% support people who rejoice in people dropping out of high school. I don't hate people who drop out of high school. I respect people who are working despite having dropped out of high school, but I refuse to applaud when a person has shown an inherent inability to discipline themselves enough to excel at something that they don't like. And this is where I have to draw a line, right? Like my own father didn't complete high school. He became an amazing person. He pushed himself. My mother educated him over time. So now he reads Jane Austen and he watches Jane Austen and he reads more books and things. Okay. My dad is an example of a person who did not pass high school and continued to improve over time with other educational stuff. He went to seminary for a bit, stuff like that. But I will never 110% get behind somebody who left high school because many times the spirit behind leaving high school is the same spirit that's causing schools to fail. And I think that There are too many people who left high school early and they tell students, oh, you don't need to do it. It's just a waste of time. But what they are forgetting is that at its best, school is a place for you to learn mental maturity and discipline. So, yeah. My mom had 2 jobs and was never home and did fine. She taught me how to read at night. Mom was engaged with your education, Leo. She deserves a salute. Yes, Leo's mom deserves a salute. Even, and this is another thing I want to bring up. Epic brings up parents who are working 9 to 5. Leo's mom worked a lot. She still came home and put time into Leo. I honestly think the 9 to 5 thing is a bit of a cop-out. It's after 5 to 10. What are the parents doing? But once again, I know some parents who are struggling and fighting for their kids to be readers. I have a friend of mine who works hard to ensure that her 2 daughters are reading. And part of the problem is that you get to a certain age and the kids just want to socialize with their friends and watch videos on YouTube and play video games and stuff like that. How do you make that child sit down and read? So, yeah. They aren't able to meet great expectations. Yeah, so I already put that up there, Emmy. It's at the top. It says the system does not allow you to fail. So then I asked, why does the system not allow you to fail? Why can't teachers fail a student? Why can't they say, no, they cannot pass? Why not? Why not? It's true there's no screens in my house, so there's nothing else to do. Funding. Okay, funding. Yeah, let's put down here school state of schools. Okay, so under state of schools, we're going to have, say, overcrowded, underfunded, focus on digital. This is a mistake. You can definitely say that for some schools are overcrowded, some schools are underfunded. That's for sure. Right? I wonder if forcing boys to play visual novel games would be the way forward. I mean, if there's enough killing and, you know, realistic nitty-gritty stuff in it, maybe simp, maybe, possibly. Once again, simp, that's a good point. Maybe we need to pivot on how we're approaching stuff, right? So we could say inability to pivot for student needs. But once again, this inability to pivot for student needs is often because the classrooms are overcrowded, the teachers don't have enough support. I will say that some teachers are not great either. That's just me being nice. But there are, let's all be real, just like every profession, there are teachers who are bad. Okay? Bad. Yeah. Terrible approaches to education. Actually, that's kind of under the state of school, so we'll do that. Digital brain rot, lack of parental investment, reinforcement of the mother state. Okay, so I think we have a strong list here of why we think kids in North America are not passing school like they should. The fear of social shame is a great motivator for students. If they knew they would be held back, then students would work harder, and so would parents at helping them. Good point. Okay, so let's put down here lack of social shame. But once again, we can ask, why is there no social shame? And once again, I think there's an ideological war on excellence. There's this idea of it's okay if you're a failure. It's okay if you can't do this. It's okay if you don't pass high school. It's okay if you don't get a diploma. It's okay if you don't get a degree. Now, I don't think diplomas and degrees are necessarily the way to happiness and fulfillment, but the sentiment behind saying it's okay to not get those things is often the same sentiment, not always the same sentiment, but sometimes the same sentiment that drives it's okay to pass high school, not pass high school. Oh, Party, do you want to weigh in? What? On it's okay to pass high school.
What do you mean?
Did you pass high school?
I didn't pass shit.
She didn't pass shit. That's what she said.
I can't read.
She can't read. She can't read.
Bro,
She's actually, Party's like making more money than me, though. So, you know, maybe formal high school is overrated. Education is a product. It's why there's such a growing habit in parents arguing with teachers. The parent is paying for their kid to pass, not to learn. Ooh. Ooh. Party says the school admins don't allow it because it makes the school look bad and they'll get shut down or penalized. Okay. So let's say admin fearing oversight, and then admin versus parents. Parents with pay mentality. I'm paying for the school, etc., etc. But you know, it's really crazy. It's really crazy because I worked at a private school. In fact, you could say that right now, my main job where I get money from, I get paid by parents who are paying extra for their kid to go to, get extra support in their education. So I'm a tutor, essentially, or an instructor, really, because I'm not helping with homework. I'm actually instructing kids on how to do something, okay? So these parents are paying extra to send the kids to me to learn how to read and write. And you would think that the parents would argue with me. But the culture of the Chinese is such that they recognize that most of them will recognize that the teacher knows what they're doing. And so if the teacher comes to them and is open and honest with them and shows a certain engagement, they will not argue. Okay, now obviously some will try to argue with you, but if you lay out what you've been doing and show where their kid is doing well and not doing well, most of them are like, oh yes, of course, I see, yeah. In fact, recently, a parent came to me and was like, can you add more of this into the kids' studies? And I wrote back to the school and I said, I already put that in the kids' studies. The kid just hasn't told the parent because the kid doesn't want the parent to know that I gave them extra work. And this is a situation where the parents are living in a different city than the child. The child's living with grandparents who don't know what's going on. The parents are working at a factory in China, and their child is living in a more, shall I say, a better Chinese city, in the hopes that their child will get better educated. But the parents are not able to be there in person. This child is a terror. And the mom was like, can you give the child more work? And I said, oh, I already did give the child more work. They have not told you clearly. Snitching on a kid. Oh, yeah, especially this one. This one drives me crazy. Probably parents had such bad experiences with their teachers and did never answer back that now they're telling their kids to be disrespectful, kind of projecting their lacking onto their... Okay, so let's put down... Where is it? Where's parents? So we're going to say bad parents. So there's a lack of investment. there's a reinforcement of the mother state, and then we will say, also we'll say disrespectful parents make disrespectful kids. Okay. Sounds like you. That's not always a thing to be proud of, Ben. That's all I'm going to say. Once again, there are some understandable reasons why things happen a certain way, and why someone like my dad, for example, does not pass high school. And I can respect those people who continue to educate themselves and continue to read and continue to mature mentally. I do not think a piece of paper can determine your value as an individual, but the attitude behind not passing high school can often be shared between certain groups of people. And I think that attitude of, I don't need to be beholden to anybody, nobody can teach me, I'm fine on my own, this lack of inability to submit or to be obedient or to be reasoned, I think is, at the end of the day, it might be a little cute when you see a little 3-year-old acting up, maybe not, but it's less cute when it's an older man acting like a little mouth. Yip, 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 chirp, 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 right? And then you're thinking, yeah. Boomers really respected that piece of paper. It's not cute when kids act up. Yeah, sure. But it's even less cute when an adult starts getting yappy. Well, I didn't need to go to high school and look where I got. Well, that's nice for you, but not everyone is like you. And that does not validate your child's inability to be respectful or to be mature or to be disciplined, right? Once again, it's an attitude. And I think so many people are like, well, I don't need that paper. It's useless anyway. Okay, fair. But are you teaching your child to be respectful of other people? Are you teaching your child to submit to their boss? Are you teaching your child to learn how to, like, submit to authority and take instructions and take criticism? That's what a good school will do. Obviously, schools aren't even doing that these days. And therein lies the issue. You have some people who pass with a paper and they think, oh, I have a paper now, so that means I know how to submit. That means I know how to be a good citizen or how to be a good person. No, you actually don't. You are still self-focused, prideful, lazy, disrespectful, prone to, solipsistic thinking, etc., etc. Okay, let's keep playing. Let's go. Let's see what she brings to the table here. So, Party tells us that Janae is going to show us what people are thinking. So let's see what people are thinking these days.
Needed, and I'm not saying you have to subscribe. You're classy. I know you don't just give those away for free, but hopefully at the end of this video we become bestie enough for you to take that next step. Now, considering we're talking about how important it is to be prepared for adult life, that also includes your finances. This video is sponsored by Chime, America's #1 choice for banking. There's a huge reason why the older generation shakes their head, most likely because they remember when the entire system was built to prepare kids for the heavy responsibilities of the world.
Bulwark of the American form of government is education, for true democracy can exist only among a people prepared from childhood for the responsibilities of citizenship.
Back in the day, these students were learning, but it went way past your basic math, okay? Sure, they learned how to read, right alongside learning how to manage a household and handle hands-on trades.
The 2 older children go to an LCC primary school. They learn not only from books, they also learn how to become good citizens able to earn their living. Girls, for instance, enjoy domestic science, boys carpentry, metalwork, and so on.
Look, we all know schools back then were a lot more stricter than schools today. I'm pretty sure your grandparents have told you they used to beat us with rulers back in the day. And they weren't lying. The entire classroom was ran on a strict program and pure fear.
And the schools could be pretty strict. Students would sit politely on wooden benches for fear of caning.
Come up here this instant, you little upstart. I'll show you who's teaching this class.
Now, with me showing you all of those clips, I'm not saying we need to go back to the 1950s. For obvious reasons. I'm also not trying to prove that kids back in the day were any better than kids today. I really just want to show you how much the bar for academics, discipline, and just the expectations for a child to keep up in general has been lowered. The old school system used to operate on something way bigger than the standard things you'd expect children to learn. They taught them the huge responsibility of handling themselves, meaning they were forcing them to look at their own actions, fix, and then learn from then on.
Hank, I can teach you how to punctuate and to spell and how to write themes, but more important, you must learn to face responsibility. While you're a student at Lincoln High, it's your job to know what the lesson is, how it's to be done, and when it's expected. I can't make you responsible. That you have to do for yourself. That's all, Hank. Thank you.
Like that teacher said, she can teach her kids how to read, write, and punctuate. But the real magic had to do with them building the habits, the discipline, and the focus that allowed them to even succeed academically in the first place.
But when we go to the library, we are very quiet, because we know it's the room where we read to ourselves. And you know, we have found that knowing when to be quiet is a part of growing up.
If we wanted to look at it how it looks, these kids were trained.
Stand up, young man. Are you a Negro, Travis?
No.
Are you a flunky, Travis?
No.
What are you?
I am black and beautiful.
And what else are you? Are you a boy?
No.
What are you?
Oh, man.
Think about it like the school day being an exercise for their mental endurance and a way to make sure that they were ready for that high standard already expected out of them. Of course, they were taught the basics, but they were also taught how to think critically, retain information, and just make sure their lives were organized.
Bert helped me draw up a homework schedule that lists my subjects, the assignments, when they were made, and...
Okay. All right. I have to ask a question. All this sounds really great on paper. Number one, we got to remember that a lot of these are documentaries of probably best use cases or best scenarios in the society that they're... I think some of the videos were from the UK, some of them were from America. So we need to understand that the context of these videos is probably more of an ideal situation or an ideal teaching classroom scenario, right? But one thing I do want to ask is, do you think that schools today are teaching absolutely nothing whatsoever in how to behave in society? What do people think? Here. There is this guy. What is his name again? Is it Warren? Yes, Warren Smith. And he looks at... where is it? Here.
Students in the UK recorded this audio of them challenging their teacher because they disagree with the student in the class who claims that she's a cat.
I'm reporting you to Miss Willis. You need to have a proper educational conversation. about equality, diversity, and inclusion.
The teacher gets so upset that she claims she's going to report them all.
Where the teacher should have gone with this conversation is, no, you can't identify as a cat.
They say, no, we're not going to play this game, and they challenge the logic that their classmate is in fact a cat. This sets the teacher off, though.
How dare you? You've just really upset someone. Saying things like, should be in an asylum.
I didn't say that. I just said if they want to identify as a cat or something, then they're like genuinely on that. Then they've gone. Yeah, they're crazy.
I mean, there's something to be said for that. If you believe you are a cow or a cat, there's something going on mentally.
You were questioning their identity.
No, I wasn't a question. I was just saying about the gender. I didn't say anything about them.
But where did you get this idea from? There's only two genders.
The teacher acts like this is some extremist idea that, oh, you've been on the internet too much. Where did you get this idea that there's two genders? Now, the students take an interesting strategy here. If she's allowed to have her opinion that she's a cat, why can't I have my opinion that there's only two genders?
My opinion. That is my opinion. If I respect their opinion, can't they respect my opinion?
It is not an opinion.
But the teacher claims you're not allowed to hold that opinion, even though it's objective truth.
Gender is not linked to the parts that you were born with.
So this is the move that we usually see. At some point, people just started to claim that gender is separate from sex.
That is about how you identify, which is what I said right from the very beginning of the lesson.
I just don't agree with that.
Okay, this is all very funny. This is all very, very funny, right? These two girls asking the teacher some good questions. Teacher, kind of, but what is the teacher doing? Is the teacher not telling them how to behave in society? Right? I just think that there is no vacuum, in my opinion. There is never an actual vacuum of ideas. If one idea is replaced, the keyword is replaced, there will be another idea. Nobody, no human, okay, can act in a vacuum of principles and ideology. There will always be an ideology. And this is one of the things where postmodernity suggested that basically meta-narratives are arbitrary. Essentially, they're socially constructed. They can be deconstructed. And the first thing I asked to myself was, is this therefore not a meta-narrative itself? And can postmodernism therefore also not be deconstructed, since it is an arbitrary narrative? Okay? And this is where I'm saying is there's always a man behind the curtain. And so I do not think that the schools did not stop teaching kids how to act or how to behave as citizens. It is simply that the schools are teaching a new way of how to act, what to think, and how to behave as citizens. And since they are no longer operating from ideas rooted, let's say, in Freud and Jung, they are less concerned about empowerment and resilience. And it does feel like they are trying to cultivate a bunch of whiners who need trigger warnings everywhere. I can't click on this video because there might be something that I don't like. And I hate to say it, but I do think as well conservatives have also fallen into this trap of they can't handle something that they don't like seeing on the screen. They tend to start getting a little weird as well. That can happen both sides of the political aisle. It's a way of hiding in the fortress of your own ideas and refusing to learn how to actually cooperate and work with the rest of society. And in this case, the teacher can't even accept the fact that these two girls are... Look, these two girls could just be... They could just be having some fun here, being an edgelord. They could literally just be doing something that they think is funny, right? Because kids are like that. This student... well, two of them, it sounds like. These students are challenging their teacher for whatever reason, whether they really believe it or they're just having a lark. The teacher has some wild responses to them. If you want to watch a bit more of what's going on in this classroom, I'll link this video in here. And you can check it out yourself. But I firmly believe that schools are still operating as social modifiers, but what they are modifying the students for is contrary to what schools before were aiming for. All educational standards and societal ones started going downhill after God was evicted from the classroom and societal discourse. I do agree that once God left societal, well, the veneer of God, I think, held on from the Victorian period up into the 50s, maybe 60s, 70s. I think there was a point where there was enough of a leftover fume of excellence in the 80s and 90s that helped schools from, going off the cliff. But then I think post 2010s, things just kind of rolled down faster and faster. I think this has to do with the human nature of taking the path of least resistance and capitulation over time. Yes. Rather than having a moral high ground, it's easier to pass kids than argue. Yep, that's true. That's true, Epic. Yep. So I don't know if I would take the position that schools today aren't trying to teach kids anything. I do think they're trying to teach kids something, but it's not what we would want them to be teaching. Okay, let's keep going.
And when they're due. I'm also learning to schedule my time a little better. So before starting any assignment, I read through and check my notes as carefully as possible. I'm finding out that the better I understand an assignment, the better I can do it.
These kids were learning time management and how to structure their responsibilities without anyone having to hold their hand. With this foundation set and being in an environment that required that strict mental discipline, the students had no other option but to lock in. A noisy classroom may be annoying today, but back in the day, it was honestly viewed as a complete failure to the learning environment.
It looks as if everyone is busy at work, but it's so noisy. Sometimes children drop things on the floor. They call across the room and talk out loud. You couldn't learn very much here, and you couldn't be proud to be part of such a noisy room, could you?
They were expected to sit completely still and be mentally engaged for hours. They went out of their way to stay on top of their workload and didn't miss a single note. And if they did, they went straight to the source to get it right.
Miss Jackson, I'm sorry, but I didn't get the complete assignment for tomorrow. There was so much noise in the hall.
I know, and I'm sorry. It's chapters 9 and 10. Read them and be ready to discuss them tomorrow.
Chapters 9 and 10. Read and be ready to recite in class, as we have been doing. Is that it?
That's it. And I promise not to wait until the end of the period to make the assignment next time.
Thank you.
When you think about it, school...
One thing that Party mentioned was that the student came up to the teacher and asked for clarification. How many of you in here, give a show of hands, went to a teacher to ask for clarification? I bet Emmy did, for sure. But anyone else? Show of hands. I know for sure Emmy would be the type to ask for clarification. Epic did? Nah, we all know Ben gave up. Lol. So did my hubby. Oh, Wooly did. Dane did. Yeah. I would do it a little bit. I was a shyer person. Granted, I did it with lip and an attitude. Now, here's the thing. I was teaching at university in China, and one of the things that we really struggled with was getting students to ask questions. Because in China, you don't ask questions. And same thing with my ESL students. It is very difficult to get the students to a point where they can ask you questions. Because this is a spectrum. And as much as I think seeing this picture here, okay, I don't want anyone here to fall into a trap and think that this picture here of all of these lovely African American kids studying, this doesn't necessarily have to look exactly this way, okay? It's great if it looks this way at times, but it doesn't have to look this way all the time, obviously. But the thing about it is like, kids can be sitting still, staring at a book for hours, like they do in the Chinese education system, and they can still come out fairly ignorant. And there are still dropouts in that system because there are other factors besides the fact that there's no discipline in the class. So, for example, in the Chinese school system, there is a form of discipline and there is a fail state. And guess what? Kids are still failing. So there are other factors that can come into play in an educational system beyond just they don't make them sit down and read, okay? There are other things that can play a massive role in this. This idea that if we get them all in, sitting quietly out of fear of a cane, that they'll somehow, be better students. I genuinely don't think that's just the answer, of course. It's part of an answer, but it's not the full answer. Now, when I was teaching grade 4 and 5, there was only, I think, maximum 12, 13 kids in my classroom. And there were periods, long periods of time, where they would have to sit quietly and work on stuff by themselves. And that was great. But there were also periods, especially in the afternoon, where they were more socializing. They were engaged in art and crafting and hobbies. So I think there needs to be a good blend of learning to sit still and be quiet and listen, and learning to, take part in something, work in a group. And this idea that if we somehow get all the kids lined in a row in their chairs, just reading and writing like the good old days, everything's going to be fine. I don't think everything's going to be fine because we still had people making shitty political choices and social choices. And we still had people, turning around. Like all of these people are, I assume, like our grandparents or great-grandparents, or maybe even our parents. They all came from air quote good systems where air quote they were learning all how to read. But we all know that some of our grandparents or some of our parents didn't survive this system. My dad didn't survive a strict system. So just to suggest that, this is going to be the magic bullet, I think we need to be very cautious about that because there's more things going on here than just the school isn't making them sit still. It's one factor. It's an important factor, but I do want to counterweight that, obviously. And I know it's pedantic of me to say that. Obviously, I'm sure Janae agrees as well. Asking young boys to sit still is a big ask. Yeah. You know what's a big ask? Requiring me to work every day. That's a big ask. Guess what? Life is full of big asks, Vic. That's the problem. And if we can't get a young boy to sit still in his desk, do you think you're going to get him to sit still for other things? Right? people have this idea that, well, when they grow up and they have a job, that's when they'll learn. That's when they'll take it seriously. No. If they can't take it seriously as a kid, they're not going to take it seriously as an adult. That's just not the way it's going to go. You think, oh, of course they'll take it seriously when they become an adult. No, that's not always a given. Some people have to be forced into it, and they have to learn through muscle memory how to do it and care. Through muscle memory, they have to learn to care. They're going to fake it, fake it, fake it, fake it. And some of them are going to fake it for the rest of their life. Because deep down, they're not going to care about certain things. They're not going to care if they have a house with a white picket fence. They're not going to care if they have nice clothing. They're not going to care about having a good car. They're not going to care about having a great job. They just want the minimum, and they just want to get by and do what they enjoy in their spare time. But guess what? You still have to get through. You still have to go and figure out how to do it. So some things people are faking more, and they have to continue pushing through. It's about doing things you don't want to do. Party is exactly nailing it on the head. There are some people who look forward to growing up and having a job, but there are equally a portion of people, a larger portion perhaps than we think, who don't care about growing up and don't care about getting a job. And you would think, oh yes, of course everyone will care. It's how they're going to get money and how they're going to survive. They don't care. I think when I didn't ask questions, it was usually because the more immediate concern was understanding, memorizing content. Looking back, I was more eager to ask questions when I was confident and ready to expand on what I learned. Yeah. Vic, we're more talking about asking questions if you don't understand what's going on. Let's say a teacher says something about the assignment and you don't know what to do about the assignment. What are you going to do? Like shopping. Yeah. Yeah. And once again, there are some people, like my dad, there's some people here in chat who left school and they still learned how to get their life together. I am not suggesting that school is the magical bullet, but I think it is the safest bet we have right now for making sure that people, have the quickest access to these life lessons, ideally speaking. I feel like the reality is there's a vast canyon between the fancy things we can say about how important education is and the reality that more and more people get by knowing less and less. Yes, Epic, you are completely correct. Yeah. People don't need to know as much, or they think they don't need to know as much. And then they get played like a fiddle when it comes time to making some big life choices. Right? Eventually, they are asked, let's say they wake up and they realize that they need to write a letter to the MP. Can they write a cogent email? Right? Let's say they realize that the country is going downhill. They don't know why. Do they have the ability to figure out and critically think for themselves and read between the lines to figure out why things have gone to shit? And the answer is sometimes, or many more times than we care to admit, no. So while I think people think they can get by with less and less, the reality, they in fact need more and more. Because we're in an age of information where we have to learn how to crunch, organize, and manage large amounts of data that hitherto humans did not have to deal with before. And this is why I do feel sorry for people who are not naturally given to academics, who are not naturally given to sitting still, I feel for them. They are going to find themselves in this weird catch-22 situations where many of them will find themselves shut out of the high living that they would like, until one day the people who are able to manage information and make money realize they need a plumber. And those people who maybe couldn't figure out necessarily the age of information, but they still have a work ethic, will come through and actually make some money. But people who have no work ethic and then are struggling with the age of information, they will be left behind. They refuse to teach critical thinking in school. Yeah, Emmy. Yeah. Okay, let's keep, remember, this is talking about kids are graduating, but they can't read. And so far, what is being suggested here is that the fundamentals of school has changed since the past. But one thing, like I said, we need to push back on is that these videos are idealized visions of what this life was like. And this still did not prevent us from going downhill. All right? All of these young people got shit kids, unfortunately, so somewhere, somebody broke down. So anyway, let's keep going.
School was looked at as the first place that set you up to be a functioning citizen of the world. Society expected these young people to transition into adulthood immediately after graduation. You got the diploma, the baby was already on the way. You threw the graduation cap off your head and they were ready to throw you into the war next. A lot of these students were planning on going straight to college, potentially starting a family or going to war, but the first place they had to stop was school.
Yes, high school first. You need it for life in service and afterwards. You need the courses: algebra, civics, English, history, and all the rest. You need the activities and all the other things that go on around here. Things that help prepare you for life.
Now, if you're looking at these perfectly polished students and you're thinking this is way too good to be true, you're valid. Kids will always be kids, okay? From 1942 to 2022, they're all the same. And no matter how much you try to mold them into a little adult, that urge to act up, lose focus, be distracted, test boundaries, on and on, that will always be in their blood.
Oh, dry.
What's this? What kind of behavior do you call this? Wait a minute, you stay where you are. This is the kind of behavior I might have expected of you. All I do is leave the room for a few minutes, and what do I find? Confusion, disorder. And you, what were you doing?
I was just going...
Going to what? Throw the eraser, I suppose. It's a good thing I caught you. I'll make an example out of you.
But
That's enough out of you. Leave this room and report to the principal's office immediately.
Schools already understood that children will naturally be children, but they also believed that natural children impulses weren't an excuse for bad behavior or poor performance. And even the students knew the expectations and the rules clearly, but staying focused obviously didn't come as natural to all.
In class, for example, I know the rules. One is that to get the most out of a subject, you must follow the classwork. But I've gotten into the habit of letting my mind wander to other things.
Either way, the students couldn't let those distractions start affecting them academically, because that's when the pressure that not a lot of modern kids today have to worry about, might I add, starts kicking in. If you couldn't stay on track, couldn't keep up, or care to, you could be left behind, literally.
Most of you have no foundation at all. Now, the trouble's with your attitude. You don't pay enough attention in class. You don't do enough work outside of it. You don't know what the word study means. You haven't the slightest idea. Don't you realize that mathematics is an important subject? I tell you right now that unless you get over your lazy habits and come up to the standards I've set for this class, many of you will have the pleasure of repeating this course next semester.
Having to repeat a course or repeat a grade, that was the ultimate consequence, the ultimate punishment, and something that filled a lot of kids with embarrassment. But I want to note this, okay? There is nothing wrong with letting a child know, hey, you don't understand this, so let's slow down and get you caught up. But were the teachers and that strict standards back in the day letting these kids down that easily? No. So instead of keeping that high bar and pushing students to reach it, the system would eventually decide it was much easier to just lower the bar altogether. But before we get into that, the reality of that old school strict standards started to show some cracks. They were forcing students into an environment of strict discipline and holding them up to a huge standard, which for some students, it turned out to be the best approach. But for other students, it had an opposite effect. So, traveling from the 40s, 50s, and 60s earlier mindset and getting a bit less vintage, people started realizing that not every student was thriving under that strict keep up or get left behind environment. And as a result, high school dropout rates across the country started increasing, and fast.
Just to quickly talk, Simp says that repeat a year thing is a US thing. It's not a thing in North America. It was a thing, but it's not a thing. So I suggest you get caught up on North American society in that respect. Then Simp says, like the US, getting rid of that is probably a good thing. No, it's not. But I will say this. Leaving a kid behind, that is to say, failing a kid, should be the last alternative. And it certainly would not happen as often if the classrooms were smaller. I ran into a trouble with a kid, which we'll name M. This kid was daydreaming in class during math, specifically, and struggled with math as a result. The kids would have 45 minutes to do about 25 to 30 questions, and this child could not perform. When I talked to the mother, and this was scary because the mother was on the school board, when I spoke with the mother and the principal, I explained that I felt that this child knew math, but was just daydreaming because she didn't like it. The mother pushed back and said, I don't think she's learning the skills. I said, I think she does. No. To verify, I gave up my lunch period. This is before Emmy came, so she wasn't here at this point. I gave up my lunch period to work with the student and watch the student do problems in front of me. It was like pulling teeth. But I verified my instinct, which was that the kid, in fact, knew everything. It was literally a problem of speed. And the speed was being affected by the focus. So I went back to the parent and I said, test her yourself. I'm telling you, the kid knows what's going on. She doesn't care. The parent came back, and I was blessed in this situation to have a parent who is intellectually honest about themselves and their children. And she came back and she said, OMG, M knows her stuff. She's just not focusing, I guess. And I said, yeah, that's what I told you. So I need you to reward and punish her at home, and I will reward and punish her in class. Now, did I bring out a cane? No. Did I hit the student? No. Did I verbally berate that student in front of the other students? No. All I did with this particular student was remove her from recess for 3 months. She could not go outside and play with her friends until she caught up on every single lesson that she fell behind on. And let me tell you, at first she was like, oh, it's okay, it's fine. But after 2 to 3 weeks of regular, nope, you're not going out. You're sitting right here for half an hour and doing extra work because you still have the stack of papers that you got to fill out, that you refused, that you just failed to fill it out. When she realized I wasn't joking, she started picking up the pace. And the parents at home created a reward and punishment system. And one of the rewards was that every week or so, they would check in. And if M did a good job, she would get a little bit of an extra allowance. And she put it towards, I think it was an NDS at the time. So within 3 to 4 months, M was back on track. She was not going to fail. And in fact, she passed with average colors. Okay. I just need to be very clear. I am not a stellar, teacher. Okay. I was only able to do this and to save this child from being given up on by everybody around her because there was enough room for me to do so as a parent. I was able to negotiate with my principal. I was able to negotiate with parents who respected me and who recognized that I had their kids' best at heart and were willing to work with me. And even more importantly, and this is the most important thing of all, okay, I had less than 12 students in the classroom. And on top of that, I was willing to give up my lunch period to help this child. You cannot expect a teacher who has 20 plus students in their class to be able to have the bandwidth to save a kid from falling behind. This is one of the reasons why I say that the more people are in your country, the tougher your laws have to get. The more students in your classroom, the tougher your school rules have to get. And if you have 20 plus students in your classroom, your classroom management has to be so strict as to be dictatorial that by default, students who can't survive in that kind of an environment will fail. And fail they must, unfortunately. So, yeah. So I personally believe that we should fail children. But we should only fail children in a system where we have given them every single tool possible in order to do their best. And at the moment, with the way teachers are being overburdened, underfunded, not given helpful curriculum, okay, like absolute bullshit system and institution, at this rate, many people would fail if they simply returned to the old way of doing things. Because it is true, Janae is correct, not everyone can study the same way. Now, everyone should learn how to study a little bit outside of their zone, right? So, for example, if you're not someone who does well at tests, it's very good for the teacher to have alternatives for the student to gain marks, obviously. Group assignments, presentations, solo assignments, homework, etc. There's going to be some kids who are great at group assignments, some kids who are great at solo assignments, some kids who are great at tests, right? Every teacher needs to provide a variety of stuff to do so they can assess the student through different lenses. This is obvious. This is like Teacher 101, and I didn't even go to teacher school, and I knew this, okay? If you just do tests or just do homework, you're going to actually cut out certain students who are not going to be good at those certain things. So it is very, very crucial to make sure that you have a variety of ways to assess a student. But it is impossible for a teacher to do that if they have no curriculum and if they're trying to struggle through with 20 to 40 kids in a classroom. You're going to get dropouts. You're going to have fails. But is the answer to simply pass the failures and pretend like those failures haven't been shot out onto the street without any backup, or shot out into university without any backup or any oversight? Is this really where we want to go? I don't think so. But I personally am more for failure. I think as hard and as difficult as it is holding back a child in the broken system as we have it now is the best way that we can help those kids. Passing a kid because of their feelings, I do not think is the answer. That's my personal opinion. But should this even be happening? I don't think so. I think if in an ideal situation, the teacher wouldn't have that many students, so they could stop it before it got worse. Okay, let's see what happens next here.
Dropout problem is a tremendous problem nationwide.
Does anyone have an idea as to why, Rebecca?
Well, there are many reasons that research points out that a reason why students are dropping out. One reason is because of low self-esteem, and because students are just not motivated like they should be or like they used to be in the past.
For decades, if a student dropped out or they failed a grade, society just viewed it as a personal failure. They fell behind, they couldn't keep up. Oh well, that's on them. If a child couldn't keep up academically, the system often just kept moving without them.
The pattern these students would take in these schools was very routine, very predictable, very efficient, like a factory. So the basic story is they would come into high school, many multiple years behind grade level. Many of them would fail their courses. The school system would say, well, try again under the same circumstances. They might do a short time in an alternative school and then drop out. And to us, that seemed very routine, very factory-like.
And eventually, more and more students started mentally checking out of the education system entirely. But by the 1980s...
Okay, the way that Janae is positioning this is very interesting, right? I don't know if she thought about this when she was writing her script, if she has a script. But she just said that students lost motivation and then the school system responded. So perhaps the question we must ask is, why did students lose motivation? Was it the school that caused the motivation, lack of motivation? Or was there an external factor that led to a lack of motivation that then affected the school system? Did you ever have a student who was hopeless? You just couldn't help him or her? Yes. Yeah. Not like in university, yes. And in not at the private school I taught at. That school was something else. If you went to that school full time and sat under us teachers, you were not going to leave the same person. That school had a great staff. That's where I met Emmy. I think there was one child I know that Emmy had whose mother intervened, believing that her child shouldn't be held to standards regarding plagiarism. And the child was removed from the school. The child was removed by the parents. I believe the school was willing to work with the child. Emmy was willing to work with that kid and bring him up to snuff. The parents believed that they could do a better job, which was funny and hilarious. They were one of those very prideful homeschoolers, alas, and they pulled their child out before the child could really come to grips with failure. And I'm not even sure if Emmy was going to actually necessarily fail the kid. I think she definitely gave him a 0 for the assignment. But the mother refused to... Anyway, that situation was fascinating. But essentially, it was a homeschooling family who refused to accept authority from a teacher. And that was an example of a homeschooling mentality that was not good. So some moms in homeschooling, and unschoolers are the worst of them. Unschoolers are probably the worst of stay-at-home schoolers. I would say 75% of homeschoolers are fine, but there's like this small minority of unschoolers that are not good. And then there is a portion of homeschoolers that are not good. TikTok has entered the arena. The job and real estate market being in shambles is a major factor. If you can't see much of a future for your effort, it must be difficult to care. Leo, small children don't care. Small children don't care about the market. The point is that you may not... A child does not need to always understand why it's important. The child just needs to learn to do what he is told sometimes. As time goes on, you teach the child critical thinking so that should there come a time where the child is told to do something, the child can say no because they have critically come to grips with where stuff has gone crazy. Like the girls with the cats and the left-wing professor. Okay. Over time, a child will come to being more critically involved, and then they can consider things like the job market. Okay. That being said, when I was teaching grade 5, I did a talk with my students, and we talked about what will happen if you can't hold down a job. And I reminded them of where they are in their life. And I reminded them about the fact that they will have to go to high school and then university. And so I constantly reinforced with them long-term thinking. But I don't think most kids are naturally going to think about long-term thinking. Yeah, Europe is doing so well, Simp. It's doing great. And Japan as a society is fantastic. No problems in Japan at all. I think in terms of university students, I think I think university students, Leo, might struggle with motivation as they look at the real estate market and stuff like that. For sure. I do think that by a certain age, maybe high school, late high school, early, like in university, motivation can start crashing down as you're facing, let's say stuff like the real estate and shit like that. But I'm going to be honest, once again, Leo, at least in Canada, okay? I'm going to speak for Canada, and then Americans in UK can weigh in here. The people that are going to university in Canada are there for 2 reasons. Number 1, they're there because their parents got them there. Okay? At which case, they don't care about what's going on in the world because they already have the house. They already have probably a job lined up for them, or they have parents who are going to support them as long as necessary until they get the job. Okay? This is like middle class, upper class. Okay? What are the lower classes doing? They are not going to university. And the only few lower class people that would go to university, okay, would be the ones who are who care because they're interested and they're curious and they're academically, inclined, or because they see this as the only option out. So this is before the whole real estate issue, okay? Leo, I'm talking about before the real estate issue. Now, okay, the kids who are rich are still going in regardless of the real estate. The lower end kids who were white trash type people are still not going in. That has not changed. They're still not going in. And they are still getting effed by the real estate. What we're seeing a variance in is that middle crowd, the crowd that might have gone to university if it was financially viable long term. That crowd might be suffering a bit, okay? And the lower middle class crowd might be suffering a bit in terms of finances. But the middle class, upper class, they're still going because they can still go. And the lower class are still not going because they were never going to go, if that makes sense. If we're seeing any variance in attendance of university, it will be men for completely different reasons, not related to the job market or real estate. And that little group in the middle, that actually, in my opinion, they were always going to have a little struggle. Simp said they don't have a massive reading problem compared to the US. First off, it's a checklist, okay? The US and the UK and Japan have a checklist. So, for example, Japan may actually have better parenting structures, so they can get away with not having a fail system, okay? Japan may have better schools overall with better approaches, maybe less crowded, more funded. I'm not sure. So maybe they can get away with not having a fail system because the schools are built in such a way, like I was talking about before, where the fail system doesn't have to exist. Okay? The system has to allow for failure if there is other issues. If the parents don't care, then there has to be a fail system to make the parents care. Now, so far, Janae has only talked about one thing, which is the system does not allow you to fail. We have already ascertained, Simp, that there is more going on than just the system doesn't allow you to fail. There's an ideological war on excellence. There is a lack of discipline. There is an issue of administration versus the parents. Overcrowded, underfunded, focusing on the digital, terrible approaches to education, digital brain rot, bad parents. These are all feeding into an ongoing situation. The system not allowing you to fail is just one, in my opinion, of many. Now, Janae so far has only talked about one. We don't know what she's going to talk about next. She may talk about other things. I don't know. But currently, she is just talking about this here. Well, she's not even talking about this. I would talk about this. I would talk about the ideological war on excellence. On the idea that there's just a whole plethora of subjectivity, and it's how you feel. That's all that matters. And once again, Simp, I think you are just touching on so the whole word learning method that goes into here. You're majoring on the minors here. if possible. I can't believe this. Where's Wooly? Usually I'm the one who's majoring on the minors. We are talking about big theoretical reasons behind why are they doing the whole word learning method? Why are there terrible approaches to education? Who came up with that bullshit idea? Why did they come up with that idea? There is so many fundamental social issues that are causing this. Janae is only talking about one. If tomorrow we instituted the ability to fail, I have bad news for everybody. Kids would still fail, and things would just be as dire. We would just simply not see those kids enter university and college. And this is where I agree that the inability to fail is only one part of a massive issue. We are not arguing that. So far, Janae has only talked about one issue behind the thing. And she's not even talking about it in the way that I would talk about it. But we can all agree, I think, in chat that there's other things at play. This is why we made the list, Simp. This is our list. There is a lot of reasons why things are shitty right now. And no offense, but I recall you saying that you were struggling with reading a certain book recently. I think that the UK has not been able to extricate itself from this problem either. The UK is also fucked. Okay, let's keep going.
80s, the government realized this individual problem was turning into a national one. They created a report that made it clear that the individual problem of a student failing has now turned into a national one that was threatening the country's future.
The Nation at Risk report really caused all of us to take a hard look in the mirror and understand how much work we had to do with our students. And it was really a clarion call for action.
This is back to the early 1980s, the early Reagan administration. The U.S. Secretary of Education at the time, Ted Bell, said, you know, we need to get a blue ribbon group together to take stock of how we're doing as a country in education. And by 1983, they had come up with this blockbuster of a report.
Let me put this into perspective for you, because this isn't just about students failing anymore. Economically, high school dropouts were earning way less than students with a diploma, and that doesn't make them a failure per se, except maybe in the eyes of the government. They were technically paying less in federal and income taxes because they were making less, meaning also they were much more likely to depend on government assistance programs. Billions of dollars were being lost, and the United States was actively falling behind more disciplined nations.
A Nation at Risk was a report that really was a wake-up call for our country.
A Nation at Risk called out the poor performance of American students. You know, A Nation at Risk was really using a sort of national competitiveness argument, really made the case that our underperformance in education was a threat to the nation.
They started to realize that large groups of students failing and dropping out was affecting the economy, the workforce, and just the country's reputation. And y'all know one thing about the United States, they love to be in first place. They love to compete. So this was a competition to them. And now they needed a way to save the country's reputation. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to save the children. Of course. Eventually, the government stepped in and created a system that would change the classrooms forever.
It's time to come together to get it done so that we can truthfully say in America, no child will be left behind.
The president's nearly $48 billion education plan includes testing children annually to more closely monitor reading and math skills, rewarding schools where grades improve, and punishing failing schools by cutting federal money to districts that don't show progress.
Now, On paper, this sounded like the perfect solution. Every student deserved the opportunity to learn and academically succeed. But once schools became responsible for the result of their success, things inside the education system started to get a bit more complicated. Because let's be real, the finger was now pointed at them.
Can a child read at grade level? And if the answer is
I think this was the big mistake. I do think this is a big mistake. Can everyone see, like, the cycle that could happen? Like, now, schools that were struggling will get worse and worse. This is going to leave behind certain demographics. Let's be real, right? Certain communities in America, for example, who were already economically disadvantaged, became even more economically disadvantaged because their schools were essentially abandoned. So I personally think, actually, pointing the finger at the schools and saying, hey, it's up to you to be ensuring that everyone is, you know, never left behind. I think I can see what they were trying to do, but honestly, this should have been a call back to the parents. There's a belief that the education of children should be left to the experts, parents not being experts. Yeah. Now, are some parents idiots? Sure. But we all need to remember, right, that at some point in time, our ancestors were illiterate and somebody taught them how to read, and they came from an illiterate family. Most of us. I think there are very few of us, who came from a long line of literate people. And I personally think that there's this idea that, oh, if the parent can't read, or, oh, if the parent can't do this or that, then the parent can't help their kid. I do think that is a failure to call parents to a higher place. Can all parents teach their children appropriately? No, unfortunately. But I think more parents can do it than they think. And the fact that some parents can't even be bothered to read to their students is a mistake. Like, that's even just sad, right? It's just really sad. School admins are incentivized to pass everyone, meaning standards must be lowered. Exactly, Wooly. Yeah. So if excess of comfort, or not having a future, or choosing something you hate to have a semblance of a future on the problem, it's the problem, the parents, and how society sees good education, or is everything combined? Leo, I would say it's all combined, right? I think it's all combined. Once again, this idea that somehow there is a single root problem is, I think, a mistake. Generally, well, obviously, as a Christian, I'll say sin is the root problem for everything. Like, that's the Sunday school answer. But, like, if we set aside the religion aspect of this whole conversation, there are so many problems that have fed into this, right? And each country will have a different problem. Each country will have a different problem, right? So, for example, in Japan, they may not have the same issue of passing and failing, although actually they do have failing, FYI. Does anybody here in chat know what failing looks like in Japanese society? There's a name for it. Does anybody in here know? FYI, there is an actual way for Japanese people to fail society. Not to shit on Simp's dream state. Seppuku? No. Yeah, it's not seppuku. Neat. Or in Japanese, hikikomori. Japan has a fail state. It's called hikikomori. Okay? Those are the failures of Japanese society, and they have become a bigger issue. Right? And just in case you might also be worshiping the China state, I would take my stuff to a print shop and I would chat with the people who were printing my stuff for me for my classes. And one day there was a young man who was printing stuff, and I struck up a conversation with this young man. Most men in China were afraid to talk to me, but this one was a bit more vivacious. And I sat and chatted with him, and he told me that he dropped out of high school. I asked him, like, whoa, this is crazy. I said to him, are you okay? Like, how did this happen? And he explained to me that there were 48 students in his class. And the boys, most of the boys, so let's say 75% of the boys would be shoved to the back of the classroom, and 75% of the girls were brought to the front of the classroom. Now, there was a 25% of boys, let's say, who were kept at the front. Those were the really smart boys. All of the smart kids were kept at the front. And all of the kids that were seen as failures were shoved into back seats and ignored. And when he realized this, he left. Now, you might think, well, that's an anecdotal thing. Like, that's just somebody talking, right? How do you know? I actually saw it in action when I took up an opportunity as a favor to one of my Y-band. They asked me if I could go and do a lesson at a school, a local high school. And this local high school was in a part of town that rarely saw white people, or foreigners. I should say foreigners, since there were obviously, African American teachers as well, but you know what I mean. And they couldn't afford to have a foreign teacher come in. So I went in for a lesson just to, I don't know, for this friend. And, or it could have been that one place that I approached. Anyway, long story short, I end up at the school way out on the side of the city that most foreigners don't go to. And it was a little bit like being a celebrity. So I was escorted in to this room, and they packed, I would probably say 60 kids into this room. It was so packed, there was only 2 feet at the front for me to move along the front of the room. And they said, we want you to teach them a lesson. And I'm looking at, like I said, 60 kids, and I'm like, okay. All right. So I taught them a song in English. We did some role playing together, but I became acutely aware that there was a massive group of boys stuck at the back, and they were talking to each other in Chinese. I didn't like that one bit. So I forced my way past the first 5 rows of good students. And trust me, this was hard because I'm a massive bitch. Let's be real. So I'm like pushing my way past these, trying to edge my way past these desks because they were all jammed together in massive lines. And I get past them and I get to the back of the room, and the whole classroom was like, what is she even doing? Because they could not, in their imagination, they could not see the point of me talking to those people. And I walked up to these teen boys. There was a couple of unruly girls back there too. And I said, hey, what's up? Of course, they don't know what what's up means. So I had to be like, hey, how are you? How do you do? And we went from there. So the reality is that systems around the world are fucked. All right. I don't want us to get caught up in this idea of, oh, only America is screwed up. There are systems all around the world today consistently failing people. And Japan as a society, regardless of what their schools are doing, are failing people. Everyone is getting failed. There are people here in this chat today who have seen their kids failed by the system. There are people in class today who are failed by a broken system. Right? But we also have to take responsibility for ourselves and our attitudes. And we can't just be like, well, the system failed me, so my life is over. No, your life is not over. Tomorrow, you can pick up a book and start telling yourself to read a little bit every day. You can push yourself a little, study a little, watch a documentary, read some nonfiction, right? It's up to you at the end of the day.
Yes, we all say great. If the answer is no, the answer question will be, then what are you going to do about it?
To prevent these schools from looking like they were failing on paper, because now it looks like this. If the school fails, then the government fails. You see what's happening? Schools became more focused on testing and performance scores, graduation statistics. Teachers were under pressure, schools were under pressure, the government was under pressure, the districts were under pressure. Everybody was trying to avoid being the one labeled as failing. And to avoid that label, don't get me wrong, schools were still holding kids back, a lot of them actually. The complete irony is, under a system called No Child Left Behind, schools were leaving a lot of them behind because they wanted to force those test grades before moving them forward. And in the end, the only one that ended up failing was the student that passed through.
That in No Child Left Behind, essentially what it was telling states was really set low bars, or write easy tests, or set low standards that you call proficiency because you stay out of trouble under the law, you get even more money, and everybody comes out looking good except for the kids who actually are no better educated than they were before the law.
Now, at this point, a lot of you may be thinking, this is the problem, okay? The kids aren't being left behind. The kids aren't being held back. Because in theory, if a child isn't absorbing anything within their grade level, just let them try it again. Easy, right? Problem solved. Not really. On one hand, it's boosting the child's academic growth, yes, but on the other hand, it can completely stunt that child's social growth. And schools eventually realized this.
Holyoke has some of the highest rates of children who have to repeat the school year in Massachusetts. About 25% of children are held back.
They are much more likely to drop out. They are much more likely to experience behavioral difficulties. They are much more likely to have low self-esteem.
So what are the schools going to do now? They couldn't hold them back, but they couldn't let them fail. If you can't push the kids to meet the standards, then push the standards down to meet the kids. Schools.
Okay, there she's saying it. There she's saying it. See, this is where I'm saying, all right? This is actually a very smart video because she shows this idealized state, right? Of kids getting failed, kids getting caned, kids talking like they're mini adults. And we might all go, oh, wow, yes, them's the good old days. But we all know that those are idealized pictures of another world. And also on top of that, that system had its failures too. Obviously, if that system hadn't failed on some level, we wouldn't be here today. But I will say that we can't just reverse Uno and just turn around. Although I still think we need to fail kids, and they need to see that failure, and the parents do too. Once again, this should not be the answer. The answer isn't to only fail, right? We should be actually positioning each classroom, each teacher, each school in a position to help that student. So by the end of their, let's say, instead of looking at each grade as a grade, perhaps look at a whole subsection like elementary as a single block, so that by the end of 5 or 6 years, that whole block is, they got it, right? And when they get it, won't matter as much as the fact that they still have it by the end of that block. So whether we change how we view the concept of grades, maybe go into multi-generational learning paradigms, or whether we start reassessing how schools are handling class sizes and curriculum. All of these things, I think, would be better things to fix instead of just going back to, well, let's just smack the kids and fail them. Because I don't think just physical punishment and failing is actually going to fix anything. Okay? I really don't think it is. In the case of, for example, my father dropped out of high school because of a severe neuroses, very similar to, essentially he was like a hikikomori. And I think at one point he either checked himself into an institution or he like considered checking himself in. I forget the exact details. But my dad was essentially at one point like a neurotic, almost like an agoraphobic person. And he couldn't finish his one class. He only had one course, and then he could have had his diploma, and he just couldn't do it. And this is one of the reasons why I'm saying that for some students, this isn't an issue of attitude. It's not an issue of disobedience. It's literal mental illness. And just failing a student or just physically caning or hurting a student is not going to be the answer. It just frankly isn't. And so this is why we have to think about all of these other factors that are causing students to not pass. And remember that the fail state is not the only thing that is going to be the answer, right? And this is why we have all of these other things that need to be dealt with, on top of the fact that we have a participation trophy culture, right? The participation trophy culture needs to go, but a whole lot of other things need to go first before we bring back competition and a fail state, right? Because otherwise we're just going to be failing a whole bunch of people because schools are literally in a shit state. So this is where, once again, I'm not averse to failing people, but it has to be failing within a fair system that has done its utmost best to ascertain and ensure that the student has all of what they need in order to succeed. And I frankly think at this point in time, schools are not there. Schools do not have what kids need in order to succeed. So to fail kids as it is right now, I think would be a big mistake. So I do think the concept of failure is important. And I think a fail state is important to have. But we need to recognize that before we start failing people, we need to ensure that we have given them all the tools to succeed. I currently don't think we have. So clearly, Janae, it's taken Janae 20 minutes and 41 seconds to come around to the very big question of, do we just start failing people? And the answer, of course, is obvious. No, we can't just start failing people or holding kids back, obviously. This touches on me saying education is product, though you can find more accurate semantics. Yeah.
Were looking for a way to make learning easier for the kids, and that was right around the time when technology was starting to take over the world.
And
now
here we come with
seeing
AI.
a digital shift where things like typing on a keyboard became a great.
Okay, so in the age of tech, cursive has taken a back seat and it's leaving a gap in the students' historical literacy. Does it really matter? In Canada, they're bringing cursive back because they're beginning to realize that cursive is actually important for mental development. So that's coming back. Especially failing them now that they can't even physically concentrate for even half an hour. Yes, absolutely, Leo. This is what I'm saying is like, we have to let this chick cook, right? Janae's cooking. So we just got to let her cook a bit. But yeah, there's so much going on that just failing somebody at this point is just cruelty. Because they haven't even been given the tools to succeed. The classrooms, for example, in Canada are unruly, sometimes physically dangerous. I've talked to teachers who are substitute teachers. I have I think now I have 4 to 5 substitute teacher acquaintances. Some of them are scared to go into certain schools because of physical violence toward them. How are you going to study in a classroom where at any moment some psychotic kid will physically attack the teacher? How's that going to happen? How do you think that's going to go? So failing a kid because maybe some other kid in the class has essentially hamstrung the teacher, is that fair? No. No, that's not fair. So this is where I'm saying is like schools have failed on all fronts and parents have failed with them. And the government has failed to call parents to account as well.
Greater priority than learning how to write cursive.
Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't judge a class by its title. In this summer writing workshop, students aren't writing, they're typing. It's the way of the world and the classroom. Computers are key. Cursive is nearly obsolete.
Schools not teaching kids cursive anymore might have been the downfall of it all, because what do you mean you're not teaching kids how to sign their name? Signing your name, you have to sign documents and contracts and I digress.
There was a funny story of a kid who couldn't get a bank account. Was it in Canada or America? Because he couldn't write his own signature. Yeah, that happened. They're bringing cursive back in Canada. Don't know about America. And in Sweden, I think it's in Sweden, they are reverse Unoing the digital thing, and they're bringing back books. There's a BBC article on it, and the BBC article was positioning Sweden's return to physical media as some sort of like conservative pogrom. Maybe it is, but hopefully it goes well for them. Hopefully.
All of those years of lowering standards and basically letting technology do the heavy lifting, it was basically hiding the fact that kids were still falling behind, but behind a screen. So when the pandemic hit, and when they actually had to start learning behind a screen, we couldn't be surprised when the whole system collapsed.
Well, schools staying closed, it's going to have a huge impact all over our region. That's what we're hearing from school officials across our area. He thinks there's going to be a learning gap.
I'm afraid that when it's all said and done, that we will be behind, that many of our kids will be behind, and some much more behind than others.
The pandemic and online learning, it did cause a lot of issues, but it didn't create the problems out of thin air. It just took the reading and the behavioral issues that were already bubbling, and it just brought them to a boil. A lot of people blamed the lockdowns, and they just assumed that students would bounce back once schools reopened, but then schools reopened and they didn't bounce back.
Math and reading scores have dropped to their lowest levels in more than 2 decades among high school seniors.
Student achievement has continued to decline significantly since the pandemic. What's worse, nearly a third of seniors did not have the basic reading skills needed to find the details in a given text to understand its meaning.
Which gets us to where we are today. I see it, you see it. There is an academic crisis happening among us. And that no child left behind thing we talked about earlier, teachers are coming online and saying that's the exact reason why.
So the kids who should have been left behind are now parents of the kids where every student succeeds. The kids who should have been left behind have now made it that every student succeeds because they were failures in school. No shade.
Teachers, go ahead and put the zeros in the grade book. Just go ahead and put the zeros, because y'all been offering recovery work since August. And then I'm getting a million emails, baby, give them the zero. Because I don't even recall us getting this many chances when I was in school.
New to me, but I'm scrolling through the comments from that.
They are not wrong. Those students are not wrong. So those teachers are not wrong. I was at a fourth year fucking university. There's a student there who is, look, who wanted to go by as he, him. And honestly, I'm one of those really relaxed, laid back folks. I don't give a fuck what you want to do with your life, okay? But you hand your essay in on time. And I love to pack my bag slowly because I wanted to talk to my professor after class. Yes, I was a keener. I just love talking to my professors because once the kids were out of the room and the virtue signaling left the house, I could sometimes, with 2 professors, I could get a modicum of genuine academic interaction. So that's what I lived for, was like those 10 to 15 minutes where I could talk with a professor about something actually academic instead of some political horse shit. So I would pack my bag slowly so I could chat with the prof. And I knew the prof would want to chat with me in some situations. And this one specific prof that I really loved talking to, so I was waiting to chat with her about something. She was being held back by the student who was giving the wildest excuses for not handing in their midterm paper. And it was already 3 weeks post midterm. I was like, they should have a 0. Short of getting hit by a car and like ending up in the hospital or falling into some kind of a diabetic coma or like having like a severe life issue. Okay. Short of that, there is no reason why you can't hand it in on time. And I felt like this particular student would go around and ask people for their notes. It was not good. And I felt like if you are at a stage where you can't hand in a paper on time, and I believe the system was usually 5 to 10% loss per day late. So after 10 days, you get a 0, essentially. If you can't hand in your paper, within a week after, you should be gone. This is done. You failed the capstone, well, one of the 2 capstone projects for the class. You might as well chuck it in. So anyway, so I just felt like it was extremely disrespectful to the rest of us and to the institution at large. At 4th year university, it's different if it's like, in my head, there's a grace period, probably up until grade 5. You're going to have kids struggling, right? But I personally think that if you don't have your shit together by 4th year university, get the fuck out. I don't want you there. I legit put that sort of mission statement for course completion for my students in my lab course back when I was teaching. High five, Miro. So much respect. Awesome. And Miro, maybe there were some people who didn't like you and hated you. Maybe you had people challenge you or whatever. You and your standards are commendable. Because if you can't have that standard at a college or uni level, what are you even doing? Am I right? Bring back boarding schools with boot camp for phys ed. Bankers teach us to scribble just as long as what you sign is distinct. My nephews have friends who have glyphs for their signatures. Wow. Notice it's been a lot of black teachers too saying this. Epic. I think Janae Danielle here is a black woman who probably is interested in hearing what other black folk have to say. And honestly, I'm here for it. I want to hear what other demographic, I would love to see what an Asian thinks about this whole thing. Are there any Asian teachers in our system who have an opinion on this? That would be great. Because I think it's important to show that this is not a white person problem. This is not a black person problem. This is a national issue that we all have to consider, right? And it's very interesting how Janae is highlighting a lot of Black content creators or Black commentators or pundits. Unless you're in hospital on your deathbed, it's expected you'll be in class. That's great, Miro. Awesome. That's the energy I want. That's the energy I want to see. But yeah, Ben's calling me a nerd. I went to university in good faith. I came out angry and black-pilled, right? But yeah, I mean, it's clear that all of these teachers, doesn't matter what racial background they come from, they are concerned about the way things are going. And of course, we're going to have lots of questions about why did this happen? What I like about what Janae just said is she does touch on, okay, she is touching on their social behavior, their social factors. I would have liked to have seen her talk more about them. I would have liked to have seen her talk more about them. And maybe if we are really at a state now where we're going to have uneducated parents making children, this is going to be a reverse back to the Victorian periods where you had a massive transition from illiteracy to literacy. So what we really need to then think about is how did generations of people become literate over the centuries, let's say between the 1500s and the 1800s? What approaches did they take to bring families out of illiteracy into literacy? How did that happen? Can we recreate it? Or was there a social motivating factor that existed? And can we recreate that motivating factor? There's still time. Ben's saying there's still time. Well, that's one optimistic person in chat. So yay.
That video, and it's full of teachers saying we try to, but admin doesn't allow us. We can't put a 0, we have to put a 50, and also if we put zeros, they just pass them to the next grade. All of those years of the government and school boards faking the data to keep graduation numbers high have basically created this loophole where students are failing forward. And when I say failing forward, I mean teachers having to teach 3rd grade math to students who are 3 school years away from graduation.
I teach high school, and I just put a 4.5 foot by 4.5 foot multiplication chart on my wall because my students, bless their poor 9th grade hearts, were in 3rd grade when COVID happened. They do not know their multiplication facts. They just don't. So instead of shaming them, I'm gonna just put the chart on the wall. I'm gonna just put it on the wall.
And the school expects them to do high school work, even if they're missing the basics of everything within it. So they're in their right grade level, but they can't read on it.
So yesterday I came to the realization my students can't read. That is the tragic truth. They're not going to read because they don't understand what they're reading. They don't want to struggle, and I get that. But at the same time, they're not going to get better either. So it's like a catch-22.
And they can't catch up because they can't read the material, but they can't learn the material until they catch up. It's a doozy. And some of the students, yes, they do know how to read. They try their best. They just can't comprehend anything else after that.
The colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
He's asking the choir to accommodate to the governor's schedule, right?
Yeah, in your own words.
The colonel is asking the choir to accommodate to it.
In your own words.
I don't know, bro.
The colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
He asked the choir to accommodate. I don't know.
As we can all see, that mental endurance from the past.
Okay, do you see how they asked the students, what does that mean? And they gave an answer based off of what the sentence said? That is actually where most of my ESL students start. Okay, so I will have them do a reading, let's say, and I will ask them, what is this telling us about sugar? And they will read out the sentence as an answer. And the answer is technically correct, but because it's not in their own words, that tells me that they have enough comprehension to understand what the question is and what the answer might be, but they are unable to actually bring it into their own language and make it their own. So there's like 2 to 3 steps to reading comprehension. It is not so simple to just say, oh, they can read it, and then they can, you can read this very difficult sentence and be like, oh yes, it is the diabetes. Okay, but what does that mean? And that's where I think the ESL breaks down, because they don't know how to talk about it. And sometimes it's because of the vocabulary, or it's because of a certain level of cultural comprehension is lacking. That's something I expect from an ESL student, a Chinese student who's living in China. That's not something I would like to see in an English-speaking student living in North America or the UK or Europe or whatever, for their respective languages. Obviously, Europe is a little different because many Europeans will have to learn multiple languages, but yeah. We can only do that now if AI can be utilized as an effective new shiny. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Is not being,
because AI is doing the work. The printing press physically printed out the work. That's one thing. The AI is doing the writing as well as, do you see what I'm saying? AI cannot be the new shiny because AI is doing the mental work and the writing and the reading. So at this point in time, I don't see the printing press as being anywhere near what the AI is doing for us. Now, do people overstate what AI can do? Sure. But the AI is not analogous one-to-one to a printing press. In terms of revolution, yes. But in terms of functionality, no. The printing press did not write for you. The printing press printed for you. That's the difference.
Being taught anymore, because how are they able to learn the information but they can't put pen to paper? It's like they're being trained to learn the information, pass the test, and then great, they did it, but then they don't even understand what they just did.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why children are not able to retain information anymore. Like, we just spent 3-4 weeks practicing, rehearsing, to going over the lessons, doing worksheets, doing whiteboard work, small group, whole group, repeat it again. And then we come to the test. And I got kids looking at me like, I don't know what to do. Yo, we just spent all this time and you retained nothing?
Retaining information is a skill. It's a lost skill now, and it takes a lot of focus and discipline. But now kids don't really have to do that at all. The whole day is mapped out step by step with iPads and apps telling you exactly what to do, what to click, where to look next. Platforms like Canvas and Google Classroom basically handle the tracking for them. It lays out every single task in an easy to follow list. No critical thinking necessary. So instead of thinking through a problem, it becomes a habit to just sit back and wait for the next command.
Kids do not know how to take tests. They ask me so many questions whenever they take a test. And they're not like, can you read this to me? It is, I don't get what it's asking me. Can you help me with this? We have been so used to helping kids that they don't know how to do it on their own. And that is a problem. We are raising an entire generation to be spoon-fed what to do next.
But we can't even.
That's an interesting point. I actually think that is a very fascinating. I think that's a very interesting point there, where if you're so used to just pressing the button next, and you don't have to do any negotiation of even a textbook or pieces of paper or questions. So for example, when I was teaching at the private school in China, part of the curriculum was teaching kids how to read questions and how to answer those questions. So if the word said synthesize or compare or explain or define or list, what do all of those things mean? And this is very important and it needs to be taught, but it cannot be taught in one grade. It must be repeated over and over throughout the grades until high school is done. And unfortunately, I do think a lot of schooling systems will touch on some things only once or twice and then let it go. And I think this has to be reinforced throughout the entire years. At least they're asking the what does this mean question. I had tutor uni students who didn't know how to do that. Wow. Get rid of the smart boards, computers, and iPads. I agree. Yeah, Shay, I don't think AI is the answer. I honestly do not. It could be customized to usefulness, sure, but I do not see it being customized to a usefulness where students will be prompted to do the writing and the thinking and the researching. The whole point of AI is to expedite those processes for people who already know what they're doing. The only way that I see AI as being helpful in any way is if there was an AI that would become a teacher, at which point perhaps it would be best for the student not to be spending time with a digital partner, but a human tutor or a human instructor or a human teacher. So once again, I personally would not champion for a future where a student relies on AI to learn on their own to make up for the school's failure. I would prefer to see instructors and humans helping humans, frankly. That's what I prefer. Because I don't think the point of AI is intended currently, anyway, as it is right now, is intended to teach people how to do those things. It is intended for people to shortcut, and that is how people use it. And the amount of people shortcutting now is to such a degree that they are forgetting the fundamentals because they're becoming mentally lazy. Humans helping humans is expensive. Yeah, it is. This is where I'm saying this is a national-wide, federal, massive situation that needs to be fixed from the ground up. And I think maybe you missed it, Shay. My contention was that failure should only be a final option in a state where schools have minimal class sizes and maximum curriculum resources. And then failure is more of an option. Because it makes sense that the school has done its utmost best to support that student and move on. Now, we could say, well, what about now where we don't have enough money? Well, maybe we should reallocate that money. Find out where money is going, find out where we can get more money, and act accordingly. Another thing as well is we need to call parents to a higher place, not AI to a higher place. We need more parents to come home after a long day of work. I know it's shitty, and do work with their kids. And you might say, well, not all parents can do that. They're not all smart. Sure. But I would still argue that there is a huge chunk of parents that can handle at least reading to their kids, etc., etc. Low class, white trash people, other people who are economically disadvantaged and uneducated will continue to perpetuate that. But even they can be slowly corralled by a system that cares, I think. Maybe. But once again, maybe it's too late and everything is just going to get worse and worse. I just don't know if AI is really the answer.
And blame the children, because we're literally living in an automated world where a device retains all of our information for us. This is what I believe to be the root issue. It started in the earlier days with the rise of the internet, school boards just wanting to be fresh and hip and up to date. So we had classes dedicated to teaching us how to use computers, at least I did. And y'all, I was so stressed trying to make sure that my keyboard speed time was up, because my teacher was like, you need to learn how to type on a keyboard. You need to learn. Like, I didn't understand at the time why computers were so important. I mean, of course, now they run everything. They gave us Chromebooks. We started taking all of our tests on them. Everything education included a screen.
Chromebooks. The Chromebooks ruined education. The iPad in every classroom ruined education. The fact that we have to put every single thing and make every single lesson technology ruined education. Not only do they have screen time all the time at home and at restaurants and in the car and whenever they're with their people, they also always have a screen at school. Now I have to fight the fact that they always have a Chromebook at their fingertips.
So what's happening now are the screens that they handed us to learn better on are getting way too advanced. And I don't think anyone was prepared for AI to step in and start automating the actual thinking.
I think we've reached a point with AI where we can confidently say this is not a tool that is revolutionizing learning. This is a nightmare that is destroying learning. 100% of times when I see students use it, it is so they do not have to think. I'm talking about putting an essay prompt into ChatGPT, not even reading the essay prompt, copying and pasting the results into a doc and submitting it without even reading it over.
I caught 3 students doing this. Can anyone here guess which students of my current day students were copying and pasting the essay prompt into AI and hoping I wouldn't notice? Which students? The ones in China or the ones that spent a significant amount of time in North America? No, Leo, I don't teach white kids. I don't teach black kids either, or Hispanic children. I only teach Chinese children. Because right now the platform that I teach with only knows how to reach Chinese families. But sure, white kids could join the school, right? The North American ones. Yeah. And do you know how I know that they effed up? Because in class, we will go through a model of what the essay should be. And some of them are so checked out that they don't pay attention to what the model should be, and they don't look at the slides. So they copy the prompt in, get AI to write it for them, and then they send it to me, and it doesn't follow the model outline that we talked about in class. Oh yeah. Guess what I do? I make them rewrite it. And if I'm concerned enough, guess what else I do? I tell my boss to tell the parents. And we read the parents the riot act. We read the kid the riot act as well. Gently, of course. They're paying people. But because they are paying out of their noses for me to teach their children, they are extremely more likely to care that their kid is getting the best outcome from their time spent with me. So almost all of the parents that I interact with or interact with through the school are extremely invested in me, like, making sure that their kids are actually succeeding because they are paying so much for me to be there. Of course, I'm not seeing all of that money, but that's the way it is, I guess. But you can say that AI, most of the time, by most students, is used as a way to outsource thinking, period. They can't even use it to research well, unfortunately. Why not? Because it simply is, in my opinion, an unnecessary skill at this point in time. For a young learner, not necessary. I could see learning how to use AI as being mildly more important in, let's say, a high school setting. You know, considering that AI is now being used in certain workplaces. but I get the shivers when I see anybody younger than a grade 9 using AI. I'm like, ugh, ugh. One-on-one, I would say, Shay, the maximum would be 1 on 10 or 12. I think you can have a really great class with 12 students, and you can keep on top of most of them. You're going to probably get like 4 good ones. You'll probably get another 4 to 6 middle class, like middle tier students, and then you're going to have a couple failures. You know what I mean? But the failures won't fail because you're there to spend time with them, and you don't have to necessarily breathe down the neck of the high-end learners, if that makes sense.
It's thinking for them. They use it to write their essays, to solve their math problems, and handle every basic task, even leading to some teachers quitting because at this point they're thinking, why am I even here?
Posting a raw and unfiltered farewell video as she leaves the classroom behind after just 3 years.
A lot of these kids don't know how to read because they have had things read to them, or they can click a button and have something read out loud to them. I just don't think these kids even care. They don't care about making a difference in the world. They don't care about how to have a resume. They don't care how to write a resume. They don't care how to write a cover letter because ChatGPT will just do it for them.
So, since we have our handy dandy devices to try.
It's why I left ghostwriting. There were 2 reasons why I left ghostwriting. Number 1, there was a massive issue with how I was getting paid out, and it was always putting me behind on rent and stuff. So I was going to have to decide whether I was going to significantly revisit how I was doing ghostwriting or leave. And then on top of that, the AI. And the last 2 to 3 clients that I had kept referring to AI for the editing process, and I was like, I'm out. I'm out. If someone applies AI to my writing, I'm out. I don't want to talk to them anymore. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. And so when I realized that AI was being incorporated into the writing program that we were using for that particular platform, I was like, I'm out. Now, once again, when I talk about AI, I can come off as being fairly reasonable. I can come off as being like, okay, yeah, I can see some uses for it. But deep down, on a personal experience, beyond my own personal use of it for very specific Googling and researching, I am quite... I harbor some strong misgivings about AI. Because I've seen them applied both as a teacher and as a professional, and none of those experiences have been good. Beyond my own personal use for the occasional Googling of very specific niche things that I need help with, I simply don't trust AI, and I even don't trust myself with AI, because I can absolutely see how over-reliance can lead to mental laziness. I'll give an example of something that isn't technically AI, but is linked to it. How many of you have been writing and they want to use a different word than the word that they just wrote? And they will sit there for several minutes and they'll get stuck and they will go look up something in a thesaurus. Since the advent of www.thesaurus.com, I've begun to realize that whereas before I used to have quite a massive library of words at hand, I can now just go to thesaurus.com and find a word. Now, thesaurus.com is not AI, but it is a support. And I personally see that I myself can end up relying on thesaurus.com to such a degree that I stop remembering the words that I do need to use. I don't carry those words with me anymore. So, yeah. I'm not arguing for it as ideal, by the way. I just think it's inevitable and what will happen to the classrooms. That's a fair point, Shay. I can accept that as being an inevitable, but it will be an inevitability that I will rage at. I will rage at that inevitable circumstance. I don't think it should be the answer, and hopefully enough teachers will fight against it. Or not remembering phone numbers, since having phones, even dumb phones. I'm going to be honest, Leo, I'm very terrible with remembering numbers. Even before the advent of the phone, like having a smartphone or dumb phone, I did not remember phone numbers. If you ask me, like, what was my friend's phone number back in the day, before smartphones existed, I could not tell you. I've never been able to remember strings of numbers. I remembered my SIN card, which is the social insurance number. I remember my social insurance number, and I remembered my one phone number from back in the day. That was it. Those were the two numbers I could keep in my head. So some people just don't have an issue. There's some things that some people will struggle with memory with. I recognize that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something that I naturally know that I could do. I think, how can I say this? I believe that it's understandable if a person is unable to handle something. So, for example, if a Chinese person comes to me and says, I can't speak English well, guess what? I'm going to be like, yeah, fair. You don't live in an English-speaking society. You're learning English secondhand, maybe from somebody who can't speak English well either. Totally get it, right? Same thing with people who might need a thesaurus because they don't have that vocabulary. Fair. I'm concerned when I have to rely on a thesaurus too much because I should be better. See, I think responsible development by teachers of AI teaching partners is going to be the only possible human-initiated answer, unless parents opt to nope out for private tutors or homeschooling. Yeah, or Shay, there is enough of a societal push that reverses the AI reliance trend. So, for example, in Sweden, they are taking digital texts out of the classroom. They're bringing back physical books. That is happening right now in Sweden. I think schools are going to go back to traditional teaching, especially since not accepting AI is also giving the middle finger to billionaires. I think, Leo, in certain countries, that might be an option. Maybe. In certain areas, maybe. Not sure how widespread that will be, but that is a possible answer. But I'm not sure how it's going to go. But I definitely know that Sweden has started to pull digital texts and digital reliance out of the classrooms. That has begun in, I think it was Sweden. So we'll see. Sweden is often considered like one of the forerunners, like Scandinavia. A lot of people look to Scandinavia. So if the Scandinavian countries prove that you can remain digitally savvy while at the same time removing digital reliance in the classrooms, maybe other countries will adopt as well. We shall see.
Track all of our thoughts for us. Can you imagine that basic everyday things that children should be knowing, like their parents' name, their addresses, things like that? Well, that's not being registered either.
They don't know their parents' numbers. They don't even know what apartment they live in. They don't know what street they live on, which brings me into number 4. They don't know their address. We ask them, where do you live? I live down the block. Well, what's your address? I don't know. I'm talking about third graders, y'all.
So we've seen the effects of No Child Left Behind. You see what's happening in schools today and how we got there. But where are the, I guess we can call them guinea pigs of the whole experiment at today? And okay, technically, we don't know if this woman is a result of the No Child Left Behind. I'm going to let you decide that yourself. But a mother uploaded a TikTok voicing her concerns about her daughter's report card, and it sadly but perfectly exposed the entire loop.
Chloe got home today and her report cards, these report cards are weird. I've never seen report cards like this before, but her handwriting score, all of them were 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, not meeting standard. I'm not meeting standards at this time. Okay, first name, a 1. Last name, a 1. Uppercase letters, lowercase letters. Okay, I understand she might get them mixed up. You see she only missed 3 right here for the uppercase letters, and she missed 5 for the lowercase letters. So I'm trying to figure out like what's really going on in this school. Like I'm really about to change schools again.
Okay, she disagrees with the teacher's grading, says her daughter's handwriting is not the best, but it shouldn't be a failing grade. Okay, let's turn it into a learning experience. Maybe she could teach her more handwriting skills. Let's strengthen them. But no. Instead, the mother decides to show off her handwriting skills by writing the teacher a letter.
Okay, so yesterday y'all know that Chloe got her report card and I wrote the teacher a letter. Don't talk about my handwriting. I graduated high school and I did some college, so
She started.
Wait. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna make this big for everybody. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh. Guys. Oh. Just look at that first word there. Oh yeah. Not just a marker. I'm going to pull out my tablet that I use for checking stuff. So this is, hey, Miss Kid. I'm writing concerning Koya's number grades, period. I've, apostrophe, never seen a report card like this. But I figured it out. What I'm not understanding is why she scored all 1s with handwriting when she knows how to spell and write her name, period. Yes, I understand she gets uppercase and lowercase mixed up a little, comma, but scoring a 1 on handwriting is ridiculous, period. Apostrophe, don't you think maybe... Okay. That's just the first little bit here. Oh boy. Oh boy, everybody. Oh no. Oh. The more I look at it, the worse it gets. Holy smokes, Batman. I'm actually laughing out loud. Hay is for horses. I thought my freehand was choppy. What I'm not understand. Do you guys remember that book that I keep bringing up, What Fury Brings? This is worse than that. I think we found a level of writing that's worse than What Fury Brings. Somebody alert Simp. Alert Simp, we found a worse writer than What Fury Brings. But here's the thing. This woman, okay, so here's the thing. This woman probably came from a fairly shitty school. She was passed. And so she doesn't understand. She doesn't get it. Why her kid is failing. Because she got away with it. And for the first time in her life, she's facing a parent, a teacher who has, you know, enough integrity to say it like it is. So here's the thing. Is this really the response you want to perform in front of your child? Is this what you want to perform in front of your child? Right? Is this how you want to act? Instead of maybe being a bit humble and saying, hey, how can I help? What can I do? Right? You guys haven't read my drafts yet if you think this is bad. Royal, the only difference is that it's your draft, right? So let's not get this twisted here, okay? If this woman said, this is a draft, this is my first draft, no shade, okay? That is not a problem. Everyone's first draft needs work. My first draft needs work. Shay's first draft needs work. Wooly's first draft needs work. I bet even Herman would say that his first draft needs work. Everybody's first draft needs work. Right? This is not a case of a first draft needing work. This is a case of a woman who's sending this in as a final draft. Herman, my first drafts are always perfect. Yeah, that's nice, Herman. But we all know, right? Herman pays a lot for a proper editor. Okay? No one's first draft. I am not shading a first draft. As an ESL teacher, I need to make this extremely clear. As an ESL teacher, I never shade a kid's first draft as long as the first draft is going in the right direction. The only time when I get severely corrective about a first draft is when the first draft has gone off the reservation or it's AI writing. If it's AI writing, or if it's like cheating or plagiarism, then I start really concerned about the child. If the child has not answered the essay model question or the prompt correctly, then I get concerned. But a first draft, by nature of being a first draft, is going to be full of errors. There is no shame about having an error-filled first draft. The problem is when that error-filled first draft gets published and shared to the general populace. This was a fantastic stream. Thank you, Epic. See you. Rest well. Good luck out there. Maybe did a dude in college. She should have had AI write the letter. Yeah. I wonder why her kid's stupid. Once again, this person here is showing off this letter to show off her writing, which is actually, by the way, not handwriting, it's printing. But sure, let's just say handwriting. She's showing off her handwriting. Her handwriting is technically correct, but unfortunately, she's not capitalizing her sentences. And alas, her grammar it's bad. But I personally think that this is a case where a person actually thinks this is good enough to send to a teacher. as a final draft. And that's a problem. I will never shade you, Royal, for having a rough draft. Right? Unless it's your final draft, Royal, and then I'll shade. Okay? I'll throw a shade. I'll be critical if it's your final draft. But your first draft, your second draft even, can have lots and lots of problems. Okay, let's see where this goes.
Some college, so.
She starts off, "Hey, Miss Kid." Notice she spelled hey, H-A-Y. Then when she says Miss Kid, she put a lowercase m. No apostrophe in between the I and the M in I. She says, "I've never seen a report card like this. I figured it out though. You got capital letters in the middle of a sentence, just like your child. And then the one letter you're supposed to have capital, the I, is lowercase. She put a capital F in figured."
After she uploaded her response to the teacher, her letter that, keep in mind, starts with hey, written H-A-Y, the internet had a field day.
People that should have been left behind are creating kids that are not going to be unfortunately left behind. This is the letter that the parent wrote to the teacher. I'm pretty sure you can guess what the issue was.
Your daughter's kindergarten teacher is not picking on your daughter. She's saving her from generational illiteracy.
The daughter is struggling to write her name because the mother's illiterate. The letter is filled with grammar mistakes, right? It looks like she's using more so text language. Just not how you write a formal letter. Everyone in the comments is like, oh, okay, now we see.
And on top of that, the comments read, "This stopped being funny once I saw the letter," and "oh, this explains a lot," and "this letter is definitely giving no child left behind." Now, of course, with all the backlash, she had to come online. She had to let all of us know that she is not dumb. She just had a moment. Okay, but writing a professional letter using pencil, misspelling words like what, and every I on the paper being in lowercase was enough to make a lot of people dismiss her. This isn't anything new. A lot of parents put on rose-colored glasses when they look at anything their child does.
This is from a parent who actually made my life very, very difficult all year. One of the emails was, "My child had soccer practice until 8 p.m. and was too tired to complete the homework. Please excuse them from this assignment." I get it. People are tired. Not a problem. How about you ask for another day? How about you say my child will do it over the weekend? I'm okay with an extension as long as they get the practice. But no, they just didn't want to do it. Teachers literally cannot hold students accountable when the parents will find every excuse in the book because their child is too emotional and too tired.
This is what happens when accountability is shoved under the rug. The government worried about their reputation, the schools worried about test scores, and parents refusing to accept the truth. And all of this trying to be covered up by handing them an iPad. And in the end, the students, the kids, are the ones left to fail.
Our kids are less cognitively capable than we were at their age. Since we've been standardizing and measuring cognitive development since the late 1800s, every generation has outperformed their parents, and that's exactly what we want. We want sharper kids. Until Gen Z. Gen Z is the first generation in modern history to underperform us on basically every cognitive measure we have, from basic attention, to memory, to literacy, to numeracy, to executive functioning, to even general IQ, even though they go to more school than we did. So why? What happened? What happened around 2010 that decoupled schooling from cognitive development? If you look at the data, once countries adopt digital technology widely in schools, performance goes down significantly.
They have all the technology in the world to be the smartest people in the world, yet they're overexposed and underdeveloped. The reality is, yes, a lot of kids can't read, they can't write, they can't comprehend, they can't spell. Okay, you get it. But that doesn't technically mean that they failed the system. It honestly just shows that the system failed them. Thank you for tuning into the Girl Talk You Didn't Know You Needed. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, hype, whatever classy people like you do before heading to the next video, and I will see y'all in my next one. Bye.
Okay, so I feel like she touched on an important thing, which is our kids are not failing a system that was designed to help them succeed. Our kids are failing a system that is broken. And for us to fail them at this stage would do the kids a disservice. But it might have to happen, if only to wake up the parents and wake up the government and the rest of society so that they can bring back more traditional approaches to learning. But I am going to go with Shay on this one. The Brad Mondo. Look, okay, don't... Look, every girl has her guilty pleasure, all right? I love Brad Mondo. Oh, he uploaded a new one 5 hours ago. Yes. Anyway, I love Brad Mondo. But anyway, I like how she kind of turned this video around and basically said, failing is not going to be the answer. But I do think that she is onto something where a lot of parents and educational experts might fall into the trap of outsourcing education to AI. And this trap will actually end up biting them in the foot, especially if it is not utilized correctly. And we know it won't be utilized correctly, unfortunately. And we're already seeing it not being utilized correctly by adults, right? Even adults aren't using AI correctly. So we're going to just see more cessation to the mother state and the digital world. Shay loves Brad Mondo too, yeah. He's just so relaxing to watch, right, Shay? Just so relaxing. But yeah. I am hopeful that maybe if Sweden can prove that returning to books and not analog, if we could return to analog for the first maybe 8 grades, or the first 6 grades at least, perhaps our children will have more mental resilience to handle technology. Unfortunately, even if the school were to remove digital input from students during the day in class, that is only perhaps 8 hours of the day, maybe 9 or 10, depending on your school. There is still the rest of the day at home. So that's a problem. Good night, Miro. Thanks for hanging out. Rest well. So, yeah, that's a lot of food for thought. I don't know if we can just rewind time and go back. And I don't think that is the answer. Just because there's way too many issues feeding into this problem. I don't think it's just the participation trophy culture. I don't think it's just the lack of parental intervention. I don't think it's just this or that. I think it's a confluence of so many different things all feeding into one massive thing. And I think COVID simply highlighted how effed things could get, especially after everyone came back to school and things just seem to have gotten worse. So that's been fun. That's great. What time is it? 11:21. So we might get to Shay's. So let's see Shay's video. It's very short. It says, this psychological trick will change how you write forever. So let's see what Alyssa says. What is going to change how we write? I'm going to assume this is for books. So let's see.
Books so good that we stay up all night reading, while others are so boring that they put us to sleep? The difference comes down to a psychological principle known as the Zeigarnik effect. And today I'm going to reveal how to leverage the power of this psychological phenomenon to write page-turning stories that readers simply can't put down. First, what is the Zeigarnik effect? Named after the psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik who discovered it, the Zeigarnik effect states that people remember unfinished or interrupted tasks better than completed ones. She noticed that waiters remembered the orders of customers who had not yet paid, but then as soon as they did pay, the waiters completely forgot their orders. This got me thinking back to my high school days. Ever stay up all night memorizing answers for a test, only for all of that information to be totally wiped from your brain the second the test is over? That's the Zeigarnik effect in action. You likely experience the Zeigarnik effect on a daily basis without realizing it. Do you find yourself thinking about the dirty dishes in the sink and the laundry you have yet to fold while you're lying in bed? That's your brain focused on the unfinished tasks and desperately seeking closure. But the Zeigarnik effect can also have a positive angle. Say you go on a first date and it goes really well. You get along great, you have a lot in common, and then after dinner you invite your date to come back to your place. But your date says it's late and they need to go home. 100% chance that you leave that night still thinking about them, right? That's because they've left you wanting more. To you, the date still feels unfinished, so it's still on your mind. And therein lies the key to how we can use the Zeigarnik effect to craft page-turning fiction. So let me show you 3 practical techniques you can use to leverage this psychology and make your story irresistible to readers. First, build up to an event in your story.
Okay, before we get to how to do this, does anyone here in chat think that experiencing the Zeigarnik effect in a book would make them a happy reader or an annoyed reader? What do you think? Or is there a nuance to how to leverage this effect? What do people think? People who are not readers, you can imagine it as a video game or as a TV show. What does everyone think here? Depends on the amount. 3 leading threads is okay. 5 is not. That's fair. That's fair, Royal. I think it depends on how it's used. I don't listen to this chick anyway, so I had to pee. What's going on? Ben, the Zeigarnik effect is this idea that things that are unfinished remain with you after. So if a story has unfinished threads or unfinished sections, it is less likely to be put down because it will leave you wanting more because it's unfinished. So the question is, Ben, would this annoy you if a story had left you with some open-endedness? Is open-endedness a bad thing? If it's good. If it's good. Yeah. Well, let's see how she's going to implement it. Some, like me, will drop a book if an author hops between points of view too much. I think it's not bad. I just dislike it a lot. Well, crime fiction is all about this effect, the big unresolved mystery plus the unresolved issues of the characters. And when the mystery is solved, the characters still have those issues. And that's why people remember them. Maybe. I like closed loops. I will say this, if you do it every chapter, it annoys readers. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. I personally think that overall there needs to be some closure. All right, there needs to be some closure for the whole story as a whole. But if you leave some things kind of unanswered, I do think that that can sit with people a lot longer and they will think about it. I think trying to close everything can be a mistake. But if you're doing it so that every single chapter is a cliffy, or too much is unspoken or undiscerned, like the readers really don't feel like there's any closure at all, I think it takes a special reader and probably like a special genre like lit fiction to get away with that. And a case in point comes to mind is White Noise by Don DeLillo. There are some things that achieve closure, but some things that do not achieve real closure. And it's one of the most annoying books to read. Because at the end, you feel like nobody has really gone on a journey, really. Yeah, closure for the plot, but maybe leave something esoteric going on, or your character still battling with whatever issue. Yeah, sure. I know in Distortions in Time, when I wrote it, the ending is complete for that loop of the story, but there is some unfinished business that still exists, so that if I wanted to, I could go back and write a second book. But there is still is a fulfilling character arc for the most important characters that still matter, and it feels finished. By the way, can anyone think of a classical children's author who used this tool a lot? I was really annoyed with this video until I suddenly saw what she was talking about in their work. Just keep it in mind. Who used the Zig? Okay, so let's see how she's applying it, and then let's think of authors who use this. Okay.
When readers describe a book as a page turner, what they're really saying is that they're anticipating something in the story, and they can't stop reading until they get the answers that they're seeking. This is why millions of people watch dating shows like The Bachelor and Love is Blind, because they want to see which love interest gets selected or if the couple ends up together. As stupid as they are, these shows are engineered to make people addicted to them because they're by design building up to a major event like an engagement or a wedding. So let's apply that same principle to your story. What is your plot ultimately building to? The clock in your story's world should be ticking down, leading up to some event where something consequential will happen, typically at the story's climax. That's how you build desperate anticipation and curiosity in your reader. The event doesn't have to be explosive or far-fetched or out of left field, but it does have to matter deeply to your characters, because if it matters to them, it will matter to us. I was working with a best-selling author recently who was working on a story about people in the wine industry. The story followed restaurant owners, distributors, sommeliers, and servers who all had a juicy interpersonal drama between them. But the story was missing that ticking clock element. So together we created a big upcoming event, an exclusive industry gala where all the characters would be in the same room and their secrets would inevitably tumble out. Suddenly, every scene leading up to that event felt more dynamic, had more tension, and was charged with an electric spark. Since the reader knows this event is on the horizon, we're invested in seeing what happens when the characters get there. Another author I worked with was writing a novel set in Florida where a tragedy pulled a family apart. We amplified the suspense of the family drama by having a hurricane start brewing off the coast. The storm became a natural countdown. The closer it got, the more pressure the characters felt, and the more the reader was left on the edge of their seat, waiting to see what would happen when the storm finally arrived and everything blew apart. The beauty is that this technique works no matter what genre you're writing. The point is to anchor your plot in a tangible event, then create an underlying current of momentum leading up to it. something that tells the reader, keep reading because something big is coming. So once you choose your story's central event, how do you ensure readers keep turning the pages to actually get there? That's where this second technique comes in. Revise your chapter endings. When I work with authors on their manuscripts, one of the most common issues I see is flat chapter endings. They will have an incredibly rich scene filled with great scene setting and conflict, but then end the chapter with something like, and then she went home, exhausted by the day's events. With that, you've immediately just sucked the life and energy out of the story. If you want your book to be truly unputdownable, you have to treat every chapter ending as a mini cliffhanger. That doesn't mean every chapter should end with someone screaming or gasping, "Oh my God," because that will get cheesy fast. But you do need to leave something unresolved that leaves the reader hanging and wanting to read more. Remember the Zeigarnik effect. As soon as we get closure, we forget. And you want readers to keep thinking about your book nonstop until the end. Think about the last show you binged. Why do we keep hitting next episode even though it's past midnight and we know we'll regret it in the morning?
I know why I keep watching certain things. Number one, because it's a fucking trash fire. And you're like, I need to just get through this. I need to survive. And then I can laugh about this after. Many cliffhangers on every chapter will annoy readers. Well, she did kind of say that, Herman. Let's be fair to this lady. She did say that you can't have like crazy cliffhangers, but I'm going to be honest. Is it so bad to like have a chapter end with a character going home? Like how cliffhangery are we talking here? So I'm currently writing a book, and at one point a character has left something with another character. Willie might actually have an idea what I'm talking about here. A character, maybe Party, maybe Ben. But anyway, a character has left another, maybe Leo actually. But a character has left another character with something, and he's going home. And that's where the chapter ends. No, wait a minute. No, he ends. What did I do? I end the chapter with him talking to a character, and he is going to. He's basically thinking about, kind of like the ongoing galactic issues, and he goes home. The next chapter starts with him dealing with a MacGuffin, essentially. I just think like sometimes there are too many cliffhangers. Is it so bad to just have the character go home thinking about something, and that's enough? That can be enough. As long as the big overarching threat isn't resolved, I think it's fine to let the character take a breather. Yeah, Royal, I agree. Yes. Like, as long as you're not sweeping, like, as long as you firmed up, there's a situation that's happened, and there's a concern that's happened. Like, as long as you set that up properly, if your fourth or fifth chapter ends on a quieter note, I think it's fine. Like, speaking of education and lack of focus, do we really need to feed into this dopamine society where every single chapter has to be this way? Like, do we want to just cave into an unhealthy habit of needing like eternal tension? It depends so much on the genre, stage of the story, and tone you're trying to establish or maintain. If this fold doesn't give an example, I can only judge her as a theorist. She won't give an example to leave you with that effect. She's going to leave us with the Zeigarnik effect by not giving us an example. I mean, she gave 2 examples of how she's making it work with 2 of her clients, right? She did technically do that, okay? she did show how she's implementing it within work that she has done with people. But how effective was it? I'm sure it's effective, but is this what we want to train brains to require in order to read? Dracula has a cliffhanger on every chapter. It's a pretty famous book. Yeah. My first book has 17 chapters. Wait a second. The author I'm thinking of used it in 16 of 17 chapters of their most recognizable title. Is it J.K. Rowling? I don't know. I only read some of J.K. Rowling's stuff like once to twice. Maybe it's J.K. Rowling. Gordon Corman? Trying to think. Probably also many mystery kid stuff, like Enid Blyton probably did that. Maybe Susan Cooper's Oversea and Understone stuff. Madeline L'Engle, maybe? Is it Rowling, Shay? I don't know. This probably falls under classics at this point. Nancy Drew? I know Nancy Drew would start off on stuff. Animorphs? I never really read Animorphs. I know kids, I think, used to read Animorphs to me. Hasn't been a century yet. So 60s. Is it one of your Christian fan? C.S. Lewis? Did C.S. Lewis do that? I'm trying to think of C.S. Lewis's chapters. I generally don't think by chapters. I just think of stories as a whole. I know C.S. Lewis would end with a surprise. It is Lewis? Yeah, I could see that. So I'm thinking of Horse and His Boy. It's been a hot minute. But Horse and His Boy, the first chapter ends with him saying that he's going to go. Then I know that one chapter ends... I know one chapter in C.S. Lewis ends with Cor coming through the window. The frequency of cliffhangers and cheap attention-grabbing features. Look, Royal, if we are truly in an age where people can't focus, are we going to be so surprised that writers come up with ways to keep the dopamine-affected brains of their readers locked in, right? I've only read nonfiction by Lewis. Okay. Only the final chapter of Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe doesn't use it? No way. Well, but here's the thing, Shay. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, here's my only thing, right? Did C.S. Lewis do that on purpose? And I gotta wonder about that. I would have to do a bit more research into that. Or was he just naturally doing it? Not that that makes it okay. But if he was naturally doing that and that's how it worked out, then maybe it is a thing. But on the other hand, is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe famous and well-read, like, around the world because it's a page-turner? Or because it's something that we were read to as a kid and it's linked to archetypes and nostalgia? The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is also a kid's story. Doesn't The Hobbit have some? Maybe. Once again, I almost never think of a story on chapter by chapter if I'm just thinking about it offhand. Only if I'm like doing analysis would I look more closely at how the chapters are broken up. But I guess if I'm going to think about it now. C.S. Lewis. The Hobbit. What about The Princess Bride? Does anyone know how The Princess Bride goes? I know that's more of a... That's not for kids. Because isn't the whole point is like the dad stops at one point? Not actually flipping through it, Google says The Hobbit employs the effect in nearly half of its chapters. Every chapter should have something unfinished, but you don't need an ending that is a cliffhanger on every chapter. That makes sense, Herman. That's what I was trying to say before. I think every chapter can end with the sense of this story isn't done yet. I want to learn more without utilizing a cliffhanger. Yeah. I agree.
Because each episode ends with something unfinished, and we hit the next episode button desperately seeking resolution. That next episode button is the same thing as your chapter breaks. Here's a quick exercise you can do to audit your chapter endings. Go through your entire manuscript, then look at the last paragraph of each of your chapters. Ask yourself, is there a question lingering in the air? Is there a sense of anticipation or unease? Or does the energy just fizzle out? For example, instead of closing with a line like, she fell asleep, relieved that the chaos of the day had concluded, you might try something like, she tried to sleep, but her phone kept vibrating on the nightstand, the blue light emerging in her periphery. When would he stop? It's the exact same moment, the character is in bed, but they bring completely different energy. And which one are you more likely to keep reading? With the first ending, you could probably just close the book right there and forget about it. But with the second, you're probably going to turn to the next page to see if the person stops texting her, right? And here's a bonus tip if you're writing multiple POVs. You can use your chapter endings to strategically create suspense as you switch between the storylines. If you end a chapter on a tense moment...
That I do know. I will admit that I have done that before for my genre fiction stuff. Woolie's favorite. Hopping POVs, although probably in her defense, she's probably only hopping between two POVs. Google says it doesn't use it. Okay. But in the film of Princess Bride, the grandpa stops and the kid wants more because he stops at an exciting part. I think there is a psychology to that. But how you go about that, how you negotiate that, I think can be done very carefully and to great effect. But if you are really ham-fisted with it, I think, yeah. Can't an in-between be found? I think so, Royal. But I think it would take a little bit more work. And this is why your first draft will always be shit. Like my first draft right now for the book I'm working on, it needs work, right? People gave me some feedback. I can see where I need to start changing stuff. I will get there, right? But your first draft is always going to be a bit rough. You're going to need that feedback. I think taking a temp check on some of your chapter titles, I think that certainly would help. But changing it entirely into a cliffhanger, do we really... Like I said, do we really want to go down that road? I don't know.
moment with character A, then switch to character B, you're effectively making the reader wait to get resolution on character A's storyline.
You're waiting,
If you
Wooly.
keep that pattern going for the rest of the novel, you're going to keep your
You
reader
better
hooked.
like it, Wooly.
Suspenseful chapter endings are the secret to making your story feel addictive. I have another video that does a deeper dive with specific strategies to write compelling chapter endings, along with more examples, so I will link that in the description.
Oh,
now
okay,
you
she
know
has more
how to
examples
structure your
elsewhere.
plot to build to something, and how to make each individual chapter leave us wanting more. But there's one more technique that ties all of this together that's critical for every author to master. Plant Chekhov's gun. If you've ever heard the phrase Chekhov's gun but weren't sure what it meant, here's a quick overview. The Russian playwright Anton Chekhov famously said, "If in the first act you have hung a pistol on the wall, then in the following one it should be fired. Otherwise, don't put it there." The concept is that everything you draw the reader's attention to should have a purpose and ultimately some kind of payoff in the story. If you intentionally plant things in your story that will emerge in significance later on, you can use the Zeigarnik effect to your advantage. Because when readers notice and pick up on these guns in your story, they're going to want to keep reading to see them eventually go off. These don't have to be literal guns, of course. And in fact, they don't have to be physical objects at all.
Thank you,
A powerful
Alyssa.
Chekhov's gun could be
Yeah.
a character's secret that we sense will inevitably spill out. If a story begins with a character's first day at Harvard, then the character reveals that they only got into Harvard because they bribed someone, we're naturally going to wonder, when is that going to come out? Or a Chekhov's gun could be a character's fear. If your character has an intense fear of water, like Chief Brody in Jaws, by drawing our attention to it, you're signaling to the reader that that fear is going to be tested in some way later on. That subconsciously makes us want to keep reading to see how the character will confront their fear. When you plant Chekhov's guns effectively, when you do eventually set them off, it's one of the most satisfying experiences a reader can have. Because we've finally gotten closure on something that's been building for the entire story. Something that we noticed and said, I knew that was going to be important. If you use all three of these techniques together, you'll be leveraging the power of the Zeigarnik effect.
Chekhov's guns is cool. I'm all for the Chekhov gun thing. I love a good Chekhov gun. I'm the type of person who will reread stories because of a well implemented Chekhov gun. I love how she had to clarify that she doesn't literally mean a gun. Oh, we live in a society, boys and girls. But I do think POV 2 had better be very good or I'm out. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I think the Chekhov gun for me is a big one. But my question with Shay noticed this happened in Lewis. But I just wonder if Lewis became famous and beloved not because of the Zeigarnik effect, but because of other stuff that went on in his stories. And the Zeigarnik effect was just an additional thing that he did. I don't know if the Zeigarnik effect is what led to him being popular. Counterpoint, when the gun isn't used, it's incredibly off-putting. Yes, I agree. Absolutely, Royal. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. There is maybe the gun is subverting your expectations. Hey, good morning, Johnny. Yeah, so what you want to do is, from what this girl is saying, you want to keep people guessing. You want to make sure that intention is increasing throughout your story, and you want to plant things that get people wondering, when will it come back again? When will it be dealt with again? Then it will be the time to subvert the book across my room. That is fair, Royal. That is fair. Now, in my opinion, there are some books that are written that plant something that you think will be delivered on, but it doesn't deliver on that, but still works as a story. That can happen a lot. Those are books that I would put in like the C tier, where they still make sense, but they could have been done better. I don't think that failure to implement your Chekhov gun well, I don't see that failure as being a total failure. It's just disappointing. What I do think, though, is that if you do decide to implement stuff like that, you really have to think twice. It was that I was off put by the video until I realized he used it, which I feel at least justifies the use of the tool in some cases, if that caliber of writer used it. Shay, I think that's a very good observation, honestly, because it really is down to how you're talking about it, right? You're talking about it as if it's a tool, right? It is a technique, perhaps is even a better word we could use to describe this. This type of writing technique, either Chekhov's gun or the Zeigarnik effect, these things, I think, are something that a writer will learn to leverage. But the best writers will be subtle about it and will gently lay it on the table. Unfortunately, I do also think it depends on what the reader brings to the table, because if a reader is not sensitive to those urgings, those subtle urgings, let's say their senses have been dulled through less than adequate education and entertainment consumption, they will become unable to appreciate something that is subtle and well done. They will instead need something more obvious and more crazy and annoying. Because some of the chapters in TLWW literally cut off. It is very possible, Shade, that Lewis had a tough editor who worked with him and was just like, no, sir, you can't do this. It's very possible, Shay. Yeah. So Shay is reading the end of chapter 3 of Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and the start of chapter 4. Please, Your Majesty, said Edmund, I don't know what you mean. I'm at school, at least I was. It's the holidays now. Chapter 4, Turkish Delight. But what are you? Said the Queen again. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I don't think I would do that personally, but it's a choice, I guess. But once again, I'm not 100% certain if I would commit to saying that Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was popular simply because of that technique. But maybe it was. Maybe it is a thing.
To make your story unputdownable. By tapping into readers' psychology, they won't know why they keep turning the pages, but they'll feel they have to. And that's the highest.
This woman needs to learn that the word that she wants to use is called irresistible, perhaps.
Compliment any author could get. But now that you know how to engineer a page-turning novel, the next challenge is making sure every single scene holds up. So watch this video where I reveal the secret formula to writing perfect scenes every time. Thanks so much for watching and happy writing.
I love this idea that there's a perfect scene. Well, that was interesting. Short and sweet. It does get you thinking about psychological effects on your writing. Herman, have you considered the Zeigarnik effect or Chekhov's gun in your own writing? If anyone else here is a creative writer who has done a multi-chapter book, what did you think? How do you think of this? Have you used the Zeigarnik effect or Chekhov's gun in your own writing? I definitely like Chekhov's gun. I've done that before. This is just manga. Okay. You mean to say, Ben, that manga does that as well? It ends on a interesting note. I think Charles Dickens probably did that as well. Oh, Oliver Twist should be free, right? Let's see. Because most of Charles Dickens' stuff was serialized. "53 chapters. Oliver cried lustily. If he could have known that he was an orphan, left to the tender mercies of churchwardens and overseers, perhaps he would have cried louder. Okay. Let's go down here. Yada yada. As I propose to show in the sequel, whether the white waistcoated gentleman was right or not, I should perhaps mar the interest of this narrative, supposing it to possess any at all. If I ventured to hint just yet whether the life of Oliver Twist had this violent termination or no. Oh, because this guy is saying that Oliver will end up being hung, that he'll end up basically being killed by the law. So this chapter is ending with a guess that Oliver Twist may or may not die from hanging. Well, okay. The next morning, the public were once informed that Oliver Twist was again to let and that £5 would be paid to anybody who would take possession of him. I mean, that's pretty, okay. Looks like Charles Dickens was doing some. Oliver lingered no longer, but meekly followed his new mistress. Okay, that feels a little bit more like lower stuff. Like lower stakes there. Oliver wondered in his own mind whether it had taken a very long time to get Mr. Sowerberry used to it, but he thought it better not to ask the question and walked back to the shop thinking over all he had seen and heard. That's a character thinking about something. This one is ending on a high note. This one's ending on a more lower note, in my opinion. Okay. This one ends with Oliver falling asleep, overseen by Fagin. This also feels a bit lower. Shonen does it a bunch. I imagine shoujo is the same. Yeah. Find out next on Dragon Ball Z is a thing. It's a meme at this point. Checks one of Herman's books. Okay, we're checking. Shay is checking one of Herman's books. I think that Dickens has some endings that are stronger, but most of his endings have this sense of action and then pause. So, and people were super like sucked into Charles Dickens' writing. So maybe it's just that over time people's attention and ability to pay attention to stuff has just gone down the drain, because I don't think all of Charles Dickens' stuff ended on a super like questioning note, although certainly the story itself had lots and lots of unresolved tension, but not every single chapter was ending with like, what will happen next? What's going to happen next? Dickens was writing for a newspaper at the time, not a book. Yes. So what I'm doing, Wooly, is I'm applying the principle that Dickens read with the knowledge that people needed to want to read next week, right? So you would think that because his stuff was serialized, he would have an even greater impetus to end on a strong note that is like, wait till next week, right? Just like a manga, right? You would imagine somebody that's serialized would be invested in wanting to keep it serialized, aka have a strong ending. But it did not. Like, a lot of his endings are quite quiet. Dickens was so good he didn't need it that much. That's what I'm saying is like, have we as a readership changed that we need it? Because Dickens' story was like, Oliver Twist is actually a really good story. If you guys haven't read it, I do recommend it. Even as an audiobook, it's good. There are moments where he does end on a cliffhanger, but not every chapter ends that way. But you still sense a tension about what's going to happen to Oliver next. So my question is, maybe authors have changed, but maybe readers have also changed. In my latest book, there are several chapters that didn't end on cliffhangers. Then again, it is a much larger book. Yeah, Herman, like, there's no way you can write a longer book with so many cliffhangers. Like, that's just crazy. Even she admits it, okay? This lady, Alyssa, admitted it, right? She said, you can't put cliffhangers at the ending of every chapter. It's just not feasible. But Dickens is widely read to this day, right? I mean, well, maybe not. Like, not. I would bet that most people don't read Dickens these days unless they absolutely have to. It's kind of like other literature, you know what I mean, Leo? But I personally think that if people gave Dickens a chance, especially with, like, say, Oliver Twist, yeah. I personally think Oliver Twist has a fantastic story, and most modern readers, if they gave it a chance, would enjoy it. It's hard to compare video stories to actual books. This is a huge issue in web novels. Each chapter has cliffhangers due to weekly chapter structure. It's exhausting if you're bringing the novel, but unnoticeable if you're tuning in weekly. Yeah. Or is it more noticeable? I think I would notice it more if I was tuning in weekly. I'd be like, oh, fuck. We got another cliffhanger again. Now I have to wait. In fact, that is one of the reasons why I actually stopped reading manga and anime, because I'd rather just bulldoze through a whole bunch of stuff and not have to worry about all that cliffhanger bullshit. Eight. So Shay is counting 8 uses of the effect in Revenant and the Cult by Herman. Once again, if it's done subtly, I don't think it's a problem. It's when it's done poorly, I think I would get annoyed. I'm sitting on about 4 years of One Piece. Yeah, I'm personally, like, I am disinterested, and I find myself more put off by cliffhangers that are artificial because there's a serialization effect going on. 8 out of 17 chapters? Herman, that's not bad. That's That's actually really good. Good job, Herman. Air clap for Herman. Amazing writer. He would say so. The thing is, if you use it too much, the readers begin to notice. At that point, you've pulled them out of the story. Yeah. See, that's what happened. I personally feel like the serialization, maybe that's why I just can't get into web novels. I hate that shit. I literally dislike contrived cliffhangers because it's serialized. Like GTFO is what I say. I understand like you want to like have subtle tension and you want to leave questions, you know, but if there's no breather, if there's no downswing, I'm like, out. Nah. But maybe some readers are just tier 1, tier 2 readers, so they don't notice. They don't notice it. I would notice. I think it would annoy me a bit, I think. That's why I could never get into Lost when my brother was watching it. It got old really quickly. Yeah, I agree. I think stuff like that would drive me insane. It's one of the reasons why I would, for anime and manga, I would not read or watch it for a long period of time so that I could just rip it off all in one go. Picks Alice in Wonderland up off the floor. Don't ask why it's there. Okay, I won't ask why is Alice in Wonderland on the floor of your house. Okay, what time is it? It's 12 midnight. I am actually going to call it here. So I hit about 50%. I think that's a fair number. Yeah, Herman, I think that is a super fair number. I'm with you on this one. Yeah. Yeah, I like to wait for a manga to complete an arc before starting it. Yes. Yes, absolutely, Wooly. I don't get it. I don't get the serialization thing. I know Dickens did it for money. But even Dickens, like, avoided always doing that weird tension thing. But I don't know. One first 3 or 4 chapters all end that way in this one. Yeah, I like to I hit about 50%. I think that's a fair number. Yeah, I think there's a time and a place for the Zeigarnik effect. But I think if it's much of much, if it's much of muchness, I think it's no. Okay. As much as I love talking, I have stuff I want to do. I actually want to relax a bit. And not be up all night talking with you guys as much as I love chatting with you all. I should, Lord willing, be back on stream next week. Alice in Wonderland is using it to truck along. Looks like every single chapter. Yes. I would not be surprised, Shay. To be fair, I do hear people talking about enjoying the suspense and waiting for a new chapter to drop. Yeah, Wooly. I think Wooly says we might just be self-selected to prefer complete narrative segments. I think, Wooly, you and I are bro-fisting over here. Maybe some other folks in chat. It sounds like Ben is more like it too. We're maybe wanting not to wait. We want to just consume heavily. Shay is a Sarlacc pit. Shay, do you have patience before we end stream? Shay, do you have patience for waiting for an installment? Wooly and I seem to want to just go for it. Ben seems to want to just go for it. I just want to quickly ask Shay if she would find waiting annoying. Herman, thank you for coming. I appreciate you talking to us a bit about your own approaches and your own opinions on this. As a writer, it's really great to hear from you on that one. I just want to hear, would Shay be okay with installment-based writing if she had to wait a week? I think I would kind of be beside myself and I would just go away for a bit. But maybe that's... When this technique is used in anime, what it ends up feeling like is the story is kept being interrupted by ad breaks. Oh, Jonathan, that is too real. I do, but I do it anyway. If it's a book I'm interested because I'm a choosy sandworm. Yeah. I prefer to wait and just consume all in one go. But, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking. Thank you, everybody, for coming. It was great chatting with you. Next week, around 8 p.m. EST, we will start again. We'll look at some more stuff. We'll talk some more. Hopefully, I will not be freaking out over some midterms coming up. But thank you, everybody, for chatting with us. Thank you, everybody, for submitting content. Shay and Party knocked it out of the park with some interesting stuff to talk about. Please check in Discord and chat about other stuff. If you want to chat with me, you can @ me. But yeah, okay. I'll see everyone. Well, I'll see hopefully some people around. And yeah, I'll talk to you all later. Let's end it here. Bye.